What the hell? Didn't realize that noise was going on. Oh, yeah. Go argue with Venus. Bye bye. Ah, yeah. That's fucking great. Yeah. Go, Johnny. Go. Go. Go, Johnny. Go. Go. Be good tonight. Oh, it was feedback. I had the volume on my phone. My bad. My bad. Didn't realize I had the volume on my phone. My bad. Well, let's see. This is where Unslaved Truth needs to come in here and make it about him. I've given that fucking clown no reason to not trust me. You're the one that has the untrustable character. You're not a man of your word, Tariq. That's what you are. You're not a man of your word. But whatever. You are who you are. You can't fake stupid. So flow state's always flow state is a federal agent, ain't he? Taco Shell, what's happening? Yeah, all the good times, good times. So yeah, this is a specific stream for Christopher Rasta to come in here and explain his stance. He wants to. I got questions to ask him. If he wants to dodge the questions, then that's just an admission of guilt, if you ask me. I'd like to know why he supports. There's a bunch of questions. I'm not even gonna bother asking the questions until he shows up, and he won't show up because he's gonna run like a little girl because I just destroyed him earlier, and he don't like the fact that I just busted him in his bullshit. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Cyber Caliphate is. I couldn't tell you. I don't surf the web like most people do. I'm not on this thing 24 hours a day. I barely watch any of these clowns in the panelverse. I sort of pay attention to a couple of them where they all congregate. And that's usually over at Talcott's channel, where you can usually find the usual suspects over at Talcott, because that's what they do. And the unfortunate thing is that they all again, birds of a feather flock together. They all congregate like a flock of seagulls. And that's where you if you want to kind of like get them all in one place, that's where you go. You go over to Jack Talcott. I don't much go anywhere else, unless somebody sends me a message and says, "Hey, go watch this idiot did a video and they're talking about you in it," and I'll go and I'll watch, like that trashy bitch, Cynthia. She likes to talk about me, and yeah, well, if TML was anything compared to what I know or what I would like to share, or even you, Browns boy, he wouldn't be congregating with these fucking people. He himself wouldn't be associated with the panelverse. So he can do whatever he wants. Good for him. I don't have time to watch 12-hour live streams. I barely have time to do my own live streams, and they go a little longer than always expected. So, whatever. I already know what I know. I don't need cyber caliphate to tell me anything. I don't need TML, whatever. Tariq, anybody who has issues with these YouTubers that do the shit that they do, you would think that they would be willing to join forces and discuss these things together, but they don't. And again, my avatar will not show up. Typical. So I'm going to see if I can't change my avatar. It's annoying that these applications continue to do what they do. They won't switch my avatar over. I'll switch it to this one. It'll allow me to switch it to my inmate picture. And then when I switch it back, I'll be shocked if it lets me do it. But I'll try it so I can see if it'll pop back up. So let's see. Does it change? No, it'll probably just stay on my inmate picture. Let me see. I did it last time I did this. I put it to this generic one that it defaults to for some reason. It's not changing, of course. Continuously gives me what it wants to give me. Let's upload a new one. I don't know. Let's see what this is. Which one is this one? Open it. Let's see if we can use that one. Let's see. Shows that it's up. Let's see if it changes. There we go. We got a different one. Well, let's see. Now let's see if I can change it from this one to my preferred one. This one. Let's see if it'll change. It probably won't. Let's see. Let's see. It'll probably stay on this one. Come on. Is it going to change? Is it going to change? No, of course not. Of course it won't. So that's all right. At least it still says Bad Apple Media. Anywho. Yeah, Arpol was over in Jack's shit yesterday, running his yap to somebody about not camming up. And has anybody ever seen Arpol cam up? I've never seen him cam up. But anyways, Chris Rasta, where you at? Do I need to call you live and try to get you on here? Do I got to call you on your cell phone, partner? Do I have to call you? Do I have to call you, Christopher? Christopher Rasta? Do I have to call you? No? Come on, Chris Rasta. Come on up here. There's a link right in there. Come on, Chris Rasta. Bring your little girly ass up in here. Come on, buddy. Come on, Chris Rasta. Come on, buddy. Come on up here and talk to me. Be a man. I know you have a hard time being a man, but come on up here and be a man. Come on, Chris Rasta. Come and talk to the Big Daddy. Come talk to Big Daddy. I got questions for you, Chris Rasta. Come on. Come on, Chris Rasta. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, Chris Rasta. I got some comments for you. I got some questions about your criminal record here. You claim you did a year in prison. Want to know where you went to prison at? Let's have a conversation. Level 3, buddy. Come on, level 3. Come on, level Trey. Tell me what you did to Tanya Delgado. Tell me the beef between you and Tommy Morissette. Let's hear it. Iron out the discrepancies here. Set the record straight. But you're not willing to do that. No, of course. Of course not. This isn't what you guys do here on the old internet. You can't be running your church right now. You got no product to be dishing out. Your product has all been confiscated by the Big Daddy, the government. So I know you're not sitting in your Jahealing Comedic Institute. You're sitting in your bungalow behind the shop there, smoking on that bong, bro. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Of course, that's what you're doing. Of course, that's what you're doing. Yes, indeed. That's what Rasta's doing. Smoking the bong. Aren't you, Rasta? Smoking the bong. Sucking on a glass dick. This is a lot of you guys do. You suck that glass dick all day long. Fries your fucking brains. Frying your brains, man. So let's watch a little bit of OT Dub and see what Rasta has to say to the people. Let's see. Enjoy this, guys. If you weren't over at Snooze Boy, OTW, Mr. Snoozer, who fell asleep during his own live stream. Watch what happens over here.
Facial expressions and the way that I was in jail. This happens with things too. Fuck yeah. Can accept me. Inside the outside voice.
I'm not a big He's got the burner. He's got 2-3 burners.
Yeah, and I like, and again, don't expect any like point from me a lot of the time or conclusive sort of, end goal. It's just a lot of this is just letting certain people know that I know, right? That's a big part of what I do, whether it's the Satanist.
It's a big part of what I do is that I let you know that I know who you are. Me and Paul Cop merged have a little bit in common. Yeah, USA ape, but he needs a clutch in my car. It's not his car. For right now, it might still be his car, but not for long.
The Epstein file, folks. The people who criticize sovereign citizens.
I know what I know.
Yeah, I'm not here to share pedo larp.
As long as you know that I know, and we know that, yeah, do your thing. And as long as you're as long as we all know where we're at, right, and what it is.
That's true. Yeah, I'm not here to share Tariq and Rat Blood's fucking pedo LARP. I don't give a fuck about them.
Because that's the thing that always irks me, right? I can never get along with anyone like Wizard says or go to certain functions because I can't sit around people and just let the shit go unsaid at times, right? Or unknown. So it's like, let's get it out there. Let me throw something out there, see what I get back. 9 out of 10 times they even admit it to me that I'm not paranoid and projecting. So it's like, okay, as long as we know, then we're good to go, right? Because it's like, what else can I do with Landry and others on here? What can I do with them and for them?
Nothing you can do for them.
He was trying to talk to you.
Flush him down the toilet.
Oh, flush him down the toilet.
Like calling people and getting calls on streams, and then he goes like this, and then acts like he's having a really great time, and it's just cringe.
So why are you watching them?
I mean, like, how else do I? It's like, what else do I say? How else do I say it?
Why are you watching them, Pauly boy?
Interested and interesting and having a good time, right? I mean, you didn't learn that from me, by the way. That you didn't learn from me. I'm completely the opposite of that. My whole broadcast is me saying I'm basically tired of this world and miserable here at times. In a way, I do it in my own way. Go ahead, Snafu Snaps. Let's hear from you.
Let's hear from Snafu Snaps. Let's run your mouth some more, Snafu Snaps. Let's hear it. Of course, y'all. You never have nothing.
That's the fucking first.
Yeah, not that you're gonna call me a pedo.
Well,
or a pedo
I do got
supporter?
plenty, but I'm withholding right now.
Do you want to call Paul a fucking heroin addict, a pedo supporter? This is what he does all the time, and Paulie still supports the guy. Same thing with OTW. He calls him all kinds of shit, and these guys allow this guy on their streams. It's incredible.
Snaps. How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
His legs are swollen. He's.
Hey, Rasta, are you gonna have to go to did they take a bunch of products and shit too this time in the raid?
Well, let me mention something before this Chris Rasta gets on his little roll about how he cries about being raided. Let me put this out here. If I have the opportunity, which may be possible, if I have the opportunity to get any of the phone calls that the law enforcement had received, according to Chris Rastafarian, that somebody keeps calling and saying that he's selling drugs or whatever it is, I'm willing to lay money. I'm willing to lay money that if I was to get them phone calls, whose voice do you think you would hear on them phone calls? I'm betting cold hard cash that I'm willing to either double or lose. I'm willing to do it. That we would hear a jackass zebra's voice calling the popo on Chris Rasta. Anybody think that I'm far off the mark there? That I'm crazy? No, Tariq didn't go after Rasta today. Tariq follows my cab. Tariq does what I do. Snafu Snaps does what I do. Snafu Snaps never called Tariq or mentioned that Tariq was living in a safe house until I literally pointed out that the furniture in Tariq's living room was a bunch of office chairs like you were at a dentist office. There were no couch, there was no love seat, there was no recliner, there was no easy lounger. They were literal office chairs with stiff backs and wooden armrests. That I have the video all around his thing. Snafu Snaps never started calling Tariq's house a dope operation until I said that it smelled like marijuana while I was standing on the fucking porch. Tariq and Snafu follow my cab. They pretend that they get information elsewhere, but they steal it from me, which is, hey, imitation is the best form of flattery, I guess, but whatever. It's all good.
Yeah. Because this time, if I didn't have a lot, then I don't feel it would have been a big court case, but I'm already in the Supreme Court for the same charges.
Well, this is one of the questions.
Drug house.
This is one of the questions that I have for you, Chris Rasta. I want to know the Supreme Court of where? California? The United States? The Supreme Court of the United States of America? Or are you in the California Supreme Court? I want to clarify because you jump around when you tell your little story here. You literally, if you were reading a book, he would jump over 4 chapters. It's really comical to listen to Chris Rasta tell his scenarios or his experiences.
I'm far from a drug house.
A drug house.
Yeah,
You've
my
been putting
charges.
the paperwork in.
You're not a church either. You're no different than First Amendment clowns harassing people on a street and window peeping and doing the shit that they do while they hide behind the First Amendment, which is the same thing that Chris Rasta's doing. And more power to him. I'm not knocking the fact that he likes to smoke pot and do psilocybins and share the mushrooms, whatever it is. That's fine and dandy. But he's in the beast system. He's not going to get away from the beast system with the things that he believes that he has the ability to do. Listening to him is it's very comical, but I'll shut up and let him speak.
And everything, like you definitely have that. Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I got court the 12th, and I just look forward to it. That's all.
Hey, so what? Hey, hold on, I have a question for Chris Ross. Wait, Snafu, hold on. No, not quick. I'm gonna ask the question first.
Yeah, but you're
Chris,
a failure broadcaster.
Who's a failure broadcaster? OTW has all kinds of people watching his shit. OTW has everybody that comes here. I think Snafu Snaps is the failed broadcaster. He gets like 30 or 40 views on his videos, and his videos are plagiarized work that he steals from anybody and everybody else. So Snafu Snaps, stop projecting your confessions on OTW. You're the failed broadcaster.
So what? So Chris, what's the difference between God damn it, Snafu, you made me lose it, motherfucker. Okay,
can I help you, OTW?
What's the difference between a drug house and a drug store?
Oh.
Yeah, and then I thought weed and mushrooms are legal, so I could go to the liquor store and the same candy bars I had, they took and arrested me, wrote me a ticket for, but I could go to a liquor store, get mushrooms. I could go to the smoke shop, get weed.
Yeah, you were having actually products that you were ordering, right?
See, Snafu Snaps is always trying to inject himself into this, kind of like trying to lead the conversation here so it doesn't get astray and nobody asks a question like, how did you get in trouble? Who's calling the police and things of that nature? Because, like I said, I'm willing to bet any amount of money that if the phone calls were to be revealed of the anonymous caller or whatever Rasta mentions, that it's this fucking guy right here. I bet you $1 million that Snafu Snaps is the one that's calling on Chris Rasta.
Legit through the state, certain state?
No, we have a family that have our own sacrament, but the thing is some guy kept calling the police saying that we were selling illegal drugs. So when they came in,
some guy kept calling the police, telling them that we're selling illegal drugs. Do you possibly think that? Does anybody think that it's a far-fetched? It's a stretch of the imagination that it's grasping at straws that where I'm saying that it's probably potentially Snafu Snaps that's calling on Chris Rasta. That's how much of a dirty scoundrel, a scumbag piece of trash that Snafu Snaps is. Whether you guys know it or not, I know that son of a bitch well enough to think that he would not hesitate to do something like that to his so-called buddy.
They had a bunch of AR-15s. Jennifer was there. She's like, oh, you turned white. I was like, well, I had 15 to 20 guns loaded, locked and loaded, ready to shoot me over a plant. And, it's different if I wasn't already in the Supreme Court and all that stuff documented as a religious establishment. But when they shut down the block and had helicopters, they were telling people, oh, the LA Times is saying that he's a church. Well, I believe this is a religious establishment. And
he's reading his statement right now. You guys know that. He's reading his statement that he wrote down.
I have all my documents. So for the last couple raids, I tried to give them this paperwork, and they just kept dismissing shit. So this time, I had all my paperwork, and they actually took it this time. And then I had a lot of sacrament because I felt if I didn't have a lot of sacrament, when they
sacrament
raided, they would have probably just turned a blind eye. But this time when I had a lot of sacrament there, again, it was all my own money. So I borrowed money, sold a bunch of my coins, comic books, a bunch of stuff, glass that were collector's items, a bunch of stuff to just put on the line, because I knew if I only had a little bit of stuff on there that they would just let me go. So this time I had pounds of weed, mushrooms, 400 cartridges, pre-rolls, wax, just a bunch of stuff. So that way when they came in, they have something to write me a ticket for, so I could go to court and fight it, rather than them saying, oh, there's too little amount, I'm just going to dismiss it. No, there's plenty now.
Are you going to try and request cameras for the business? Like, since you are documenting this whole thing, with people in your type of work?
Yeah. Now
listen to the line of questioning that Snafu thinks he's a journalist, and listen to the line of questioning that he presents. It's almost as if it's sort of like he's trying to, like, I'm telling you, I got a sneaky fucking feeling that the one who's trying to get Chris Rasta in trouble is this fucking guy right here. This fucking Snafu Snaps. His line of questioning is really suspicious.
I get to ask for the cameras when they raided when I was on OTW, because before I asked them and they wouldn't give them to me. Right. So now when I go, I can say, okay, you guys said you found not, and I told the cop, because I think it bonded me and the cops, because the cops got me fired from my jobs. They raided me, and one sat.
The cops got him fired from Circle K. I just, that's what I don't understand. Didn't you give them free coffee and free sodas when they came in? Why would they want you fired? That's usually what, people of convenience stores or gas stations do when law enforcement comes in there. They say, oh man, no, the coffee's on us.
Down.
The soda's on us, buddy. Thanks for your service.
With me. And at first I'm all, fuck you, fucking faggot. Because he went into my phone. Well, he's in my phone. And I said, hey, dude, you want...
Oh, he was talking tough to the police. Yeah, that'll really do you some good.
Something? I'm all, you want some? It's on cop body camera. You know what I'm saying?
And again, you guys, remember I told you earlier today that I filed a FOIA request to get the body cam footage. So maybe we could all watch Chris Rasta tell the cop, fuck you, fag. I'll really be, enjoying that. It's going to be entertaining.
He didn't learn that from me, just to be clear.
You're upset. You're triggered.
Well, no, I'm like, I'm all, because I said, hey, I need my phone so I could grab a couple phone numbers out of there. And they said, oh, it's in evidence. We can't.
So dipshit Christopher Rasta fell for the old, yeah, we'll give you some telephone numbers. Here's your phone. And then you put in your passcode and they yank the phone out of your hand. Yeah, you're a real fucking idiot, Chris Rasta. You're a real work of intelligence there, that you think that the cops are on your side and they're going to let you get into your phone, get a couple of telephone numbers so you call people. They gave you your phone so you could open it up through your password, yank it the fuck out of your hand, and get into it and do what they want to do.
I can't give it to you. So he gave it to me so he could get my code. And I said, whoa, you took my code, dude. I said, this ain't no fucking joke. I said, I have nothing to hide, but that's my privacy. You don't deserve to be in my phone, dude. I ain't in your shit. I got naked pictures or my kids or what.
You got naked pictures of your kids or whatnot. Whoa, buddy.
Whatever's in there. None of your fucking business, dude. And so next thing you know, I'm all, you're a fucking faggot, dude. Get out of my personal life.
That's funny. They always want to call people the fucking faggot.
And next thing,
get out of my personal life. I bet you the cops said, okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Rasta. I'm going to get out of your personal life.
He comes to the cell and he's like, Chris, you know,
he cried. He
I
cried.
just want to let you know this and that.
Chris is his heartfelt sincerity, his expression of his rights to sell psilocybins and to dabble in marijuana at his Church of Jah Healing. The sheriff's deputy actually teared up. Spoiler alert.
And he's all, well, what makes you think that you don't need a license and this and that? And I said, well, it comes from the earth, and we come from the earth. So to have to partake, to ask somebody's permission to partake in some, to either get to my higher conscience or to be healthy or to feed myself, why do I need another man or woman's consent? I said, if you could show me where I need someone else's consent to live, but I'm in the Supreme Court for these same charges.
Supreme
You
Court.
You did over a year, right?
Yeah, on level 3.
Yeah, on level 3. He always loves to remind people that it was on level 3. I was in level 4. I spent time in a level 4 facility. But this is one of the questions that I have for you, Mr. Rasta. If you're brave enough to come up here and explain it, I want to know, which I know you're not brave enough to come up here and explain it. I want to know, where did you do your time? In what county or what state did you get? Did you have a conviction that sent you to prison? And so you spent a year on level 3, bro. And where was it? Because it's not in any, I don't see it in the records that I have. I don't see it. So come on up here and share your.
Yeah, because there was like a.
Come on up here and share the truth and set the record straight. And I'll eat crow and I'll apologize. I'm not above apologizing.
A year throughout this 5 years, I think, where Rasta wasn't around, and then he came back and was like,
yeah. That's why I think you should document this, like, as much as you can. If you go to court, request cameras in the court, man.
Do you?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to put cameras in the court so I could show Snafu Snaps bullshit. Yeah. It's funny how a lot of the stuff that this guy's spewing, this Snafu Snaps fucktard that he's spewing is really hypocritical and ironic. Keep listening.
Do you have anything, and I'm not claiming that necessarily, that anything that I ask you regarding legal lawful doesn't mean that I know the answer or that there's a silver bullet. I'm sure that you get that. But do you have anything on there, like on record with these folks and the higher up, so to speak, regarding what you believe to be your status is?
Yeah.
He corrected his status. He reserved his rights.
I've asked you this before.
I filed my diplomatic or my what is it? Let me
see. He doesn't even know what the hell he did. This is okay. He claims that he's changed his status, but he doesn't have the ability to tell you off the top of his head what he's done. This is why I'm questioning this. He has to refer to documents. You change your status and you make this your lifestyle, you're going to know the answer pretty right off the cuff. You're not going to have to say, let me refer to my notes. It's just I don't know. Hey, it's just me.
Let's see.
Yeah, he showed us like last month or whatever when you did it. Your
status.
Yeah, he did. Pay for it.
I did so we sent it to like the attorney general, the sheriffs, the judges.
That's not how you change your status, though. This is one of the questions that I want to ask Mr. Christopher Rasta. How and who and where and what and why did you choose this avenue to allegedly correct your political status? Are you exercising your free choice, your free will, and you took the Anna Von Reitz and the David Straight version? Anybody in the state national movement knows that David Straight was a con man, and Anna Von Reitz isn't much different. And that's just my personal opinion. People will argue with me and tell me that Anna Von Reitz is the godmother of state national movement, while she's actually having her property auctioned off by the IRS in Black River Falls, Wisconsin, which is probably already auctioned off.
You see, it's
I'm saying, no, as silly as it sounds.
Oh, sorry.
As silly as it sounds, I'm just asking, did you rebut the presumption that you consent to be governed by statute, policy, and code? And again, no way am I saying that just because you do that they're going to say that that's okay. Because again,
exactly, Paul.
It only amounts to beliefs. These folks all believe and are trained that this is what they should be doing.
I did file my reservation of rights years ago. We did inform everybody. So
who's we? Who's we did inform everybody? You, as a sovereign, you are standing on your own. There's nobody who represents you. He's probably doing this. The coalition of what the hell did they call it in the Anna von Reitz's movement? Which there's this other guy that I have on my Facebook page who posts stuff, and when I say stuff, he gets all butt hurt, and he's oh, what the hell is it? It's I forget, but it's the States Assembly. That's what they're trying to claim, that they're assembling their own they're assembling their own government, and that Chris Rasta, is a part of this separate government that is based upon the Constitution and solely the Constitution. I'm not saying that it's a wrong thing to do, but the government isn't going to recognize it. Just what Paul's saying right now. And as much as me and Paul disagree, on certain things, we agree on other things.
So now they owe us remedy, and the remedy is to protect people like us. And so that's what I'm also exercising, not just for weed and mushrooms. This is so we can exercise our rights. And I told the sheriff, the sheriff teared up, dude. The sheriff said
the sheriff didn't tear up. The sheriff did not tear up. He's not sympathetic. Law enforcement officers are not sympathetic. They have very, very, it's a very rare thing for law enforcement officer to actually have any empathy. The majority of them are actual psychopaths and narcissists. There's very few. You couldn't be an empathetic person. You can't have sympathy and be a law enforcement officer. It's not possible. It's contradictory to the entire the modus operandi of a fucking officer of the law. That their job and their duty is to fucking destroy people, and they see death and destruction and some of the most terrible things. A friend of mine is an ex-cop who he quit because he was a morally sound individual, and he was like, I couldn't do it no more. He goes, I was seeing this crap in my sleep, and he says, and it still bothers him to this day, and he hasn't been a cop in like 15 years. But this is a misconception. Oh, he teared up. Yeah, no, he didn't tear up.
Suit, I really want to chat with you.
Let me ask you this, always their phrase. Outside of this uniform, I swear I agree with you. I won't do fascism and tyranny. But when I'm in the uniform, that's what I get paid to do, right? Yeah, let me do my 9 to 5, and I'll be a tyrant.
They all
listen to Snafu Snaps. My 9 to 5, I'll be a tyrant. Snafu Snaps, didn't you contact Detective Brandon Cleland at the Macomb County Sheriff's Department when he worked from 7 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and you were, acting as Detective Sims, and you were providing him with all of the pertinent information that he needed to prosecute me? So you know a little bit about, the 9 to 5 job of law enforcement officers? Right. So shut up, Snafu Snaps.
Said it's for the pharmaceutical companies.
Let me ask you this though. You said that you got it available. Like, I remember you saying you changed your status, and like Paul says, whether they recognize it or not, like, I don't know.
He hasn't changed his citizenship status. He changed his political status. There's a big fucking difference. He's still within the jurisdiction. He's still within the jurisdiction of the statutes, the codes, and the ordinances, and then weird things like that, as he describes.
If you actually got like paperwork back saying we'd recognize it by any entity, but my question about you told us that
no, they'll never send you back a confirmation that they accepted your reservation of your rights and no, that's not how it works. Snafu Snaps, quit trying to conflate the fucking information here, you fucktard.
That you were able to get these places in other states like Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico. You know, do they know that?
He's Arizona. He names his state. I bet you you're the one that called the police on Chris Rasta.
Like, do they know? Like, have you that you also are registered in that way through their bullshit ways?
Well, first of all, my charges are of a drug house, and so those don't even apply to me, regardless if I'm a man, woman, any of that shit.
He never shuts up. That's the problem with Snafu Snaps. He never shuts the fuck up.
It's a religious establishment. You don't have to like it, but it doesn't mean it's illegal.
They are not. There's commerce clauses. There's this idea. I got to bring it up, man. And again, this is the fact
they get the $30.
See, he can't even bring up a thought without Snafu Snaps interrupting him, because either Snafu Snaps just has an inability to control his spontaneous reaction to run his fucking mouth on a nonstop basis, or he's trying to distract Paul from something that he has to say, because Snafu Snaps is afraid that something that Paul says is going to be associated with Snafu Snaps' negative behavior that he's been presenting all over the internet. Have any of you ever encountered somebody like that, where you know that they're a liar and a phony, and then when you try to speak, they want to interrupt and try to distract from the conversation that's about to be had? I've experienced it enough, and Snafu Snaps is that fucking person.
LLC.
The fact that we have to look into the maxims of law and know law, it's fine because we need it anyway. But the fact that we need to look into it to encourage them to do what they're not doing, right, is just pathetic. And now there's two elements, man.
See, he goes, oh yeah, because Snafu Snaps distracted him from what he was going to say, and then he's like, oh yeah, now I remember.
On my next broadcast, I'm going to pull this up where the Supreme Court, because everyone's got this fetish for Supreme Court judges, where they
even Chris Rasta, I'm in the Supreme Court. A true sovereign doesn't recognize the Supreme Court. He doesn't recognize the courts. Doesn't recognize the Constitution. A true sovereign stands completely on his own.
Ruled what you need to take any case through court, which is, I've spoken about it many times, corpus delicti. There's two elements to it. This has all been ruled on. The fact that we have to bring to them what some other judge slave said, that we should all know that if you didn't hurt anybody and there's no direct threat to the public, then there is no jurisdiction.
No injury, no loss, no harm. Yes, Paul is right. This isn't something that Paul invented. This is literal reality.
To be regulated, because they only get jurisdiction when there is a threat to public safety or when you're in commerce and licensed with them. So that might be what they're trying to get you on. That's what it comes down
to, commerce and licensing aspect. Okay. But let me
see. Snafu Snaps wants to always inject because he needs attention so bad. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He needs to shut the fuck up. The idiot Snafu Snaps is such a fucking retard. He actually listened to El Perro, aka Wizard, when he was claiming that stamps were of value. I don't even know what happened, but Snafu Snaps went to the post office and tried to use stamps for money. I don't know what the fuck he did, but after he failed at it, he wants to blame Wizard and play that, it was just a little thing. I don't even know. I think that he was trying to do it for real. That's how stupid Snafu Snaps is. But he's always trying to dominate the conversation as if he actually has some valuable input on top of it. Out of Paul Unslaved or Snafu Snaps, who do you think has the more valuable and accurate information out of the two people? I'm pretty sure that you're all going to agree that it's Paul Unslaved and Snafu Snaps need to shut the fuck up.
Let me ask you this one last question. Would an LLC...
But not having, hold on, sorry. But not having a license doesn't give someone a right to break out someone's window, to come in with AR-15s and rob them at gun.
Well, it does give them the right if you're not outside of their jurisdiction 100%, and you're not outside of the jurisdiction 100% because you haven't corrected. You claim that you're not a U.S. citizen. If you have not went through the United States Department, the State Department of the United States who issues passports and you did not correct your status through them, and your passport it doesn't say that you're not a U.S. citizen, then you did not correct your status properly, and you are still within the jurisdiction, whether you want to accept it or not. You can claim it all you want, but they're not going to listen to you.
Gunpoint, that's fucking kidnapping, dude.
But let me ask you this: when you use the tools, like for instance, you mentioned it, use the tools that they. I mean, hell, we all use.
You guys, let me point this out. You've heard Snafu Snap sitting here talking about this topic. You've heard him try to sound as if he has some input and some knowledge. Is it just me, or does he sound like an idiot in this context when it comes to this topic? He sounds like a bumbling retard, as opposed to him spewing his script about the criminals, traitors, and frauds, and the Marfugos, and the Veterans Charity, and the Pedos Pogos, and then the police state, and the social credit score. He's got that script down fucking like an Oscar-winning fucking actor. He's got that aspect of his fucking spiel fucking nailed down like a T. But when he starts talking about anything outside of that scope that he is focused on constantly, he sounds like a bubbling fucking idiot. You understand what I'm saying to you guys?
YouTube, right? Even though we all know it's controlled and whatever, but y'all use it for your awakening people. Let me ask you this. Would an LLC help benefit in a sense of protection insurance?
No.
Like,
so I have
an LLC would bring you into their jurisdiction. That means that you're agreeing to be regulated through their limited liability corporation. This is another clear sign that Snafu Snaps doesn't know a fucking thing about anything other than spewing his garbage about pedos, pogos, and criminals, traitors, frauds, and fishers of men, and whatever else he spews in his fucking slick talk that he's got scripted down 110% accuracy.
Had all that
because I see what they're trying to do. The drug house, they're trying to say you're ghetto.
I've already had my articles of incorporation where they say I've already laid it out. They've given me the okay to do all this, and that was on that side. But now I'm exercising my rights as American state, as correcting my political status, saying. See,
he doesn't even Rasta. Come on, man. You're over here sitting here spewing shit, and you don't even understand what the fuck you're even saying. You're saying that I corrected my status. I'm American. If you're a fucking, if you're a state national, you would know exactly what to say. You're fumbling over your own words because you're not a state national. Just declaring yourself a state national doesn't remove the fact that you're a United States citizen, a 14th Amendment citizen, and you are still associated with that federal status. You have not corrected it through the State Department, and that's the only place that is going to give you the opportunity to remove your federal citizenship status to claim that you're not a United States citizen. I'm not sure if this guy understands this or if he did it, then his brain is so fucking fried from smoking dope and doing fucking psilocybin that he doesn't understand what he's saying. This is just, I'm listening to this and I'm like wanting to pull my hair out.
No, dude, this is from the earth. I have God. You can't serve two masters. You got common law or color.
No, now he wants to spew that you can't serve two masters. Yeah. The beast system, that's one master. When you go and vote and you agree to it and you pledge an allegiance, all this shit, that is serving the Luciferian beast system. You claim that you're a Christian, Snafu Snaps. If you claim that you're a Christian or some variation of a godly man, a fisher of men, you can't serve the system, and you can't use the beast system and tell them, Big Daddy, beast system, I need you to protect me from Bad Apple Media and prosecute him. And then after you fail to fucking prosecute me because you don't show up, you can't say that, well, I didn't do it because in this video right here, in this stream, He says that earlier. I can share it, but this is about Chris Rasta, and I'm getting off of the topic here. But you cannot use the fucking government to prosecute me, which is serving the wrong master. You're asking, Big Daddy Devil Boy, could you help me out and put my ex-friend who wouldn't give me Marfugal tapes, can you put him in a cage for me and fucking make him come to court so I can tell you that I'm scared of him and that he needs to put a tether on? Yeah, you can't serve two masters, Christopher Rasta. You're absolutely right. But even you are technically serving two masters, and you don't even get it.
Of law. And that's what I told this guy. I said, it's different if the plants, the animals, and us, we're from the earth, the same place as the plant.
Right, but the reason that they get you on that drug house, again, they're going to do this most likely anyway, and you'd have to fight it out in court with them and make a damn good case. First of all, you wouldn't even need to because of consent of the government. But again, these people don't follow any of the foundational principles. But from the legal side, right, if they're going to be legitimate and actually do court, where they're going to get you on this, because I've counseled with people who they've raided and they've taken a ton of quote unquote drugs and hallucinogens, and they knew what they were doing. They just couldn't get them on the commerce. So what they would do is they just raid, take guns and everything else, leave, and never charge anyone with anything. So they basically just rob you and then say, well, we're not gonna press charges because you're not.
And then they'd wait till you restock and get back running again and get back in the groove. And they did this with the dispensaries earlier.
And that's what Snafu Snaps did. If my theory is correct, Snafu Snaps did this to Chris Rasta because he was raided last August, somewhere around June, July, August of last year. And then once he waited for Chris Rasta to re-up and get his shit back together, Snafu Snaps started running his mouth to the police again. I can almost fucking guarantee you that Snafu Snaps is behind Chris Rasta being fucking raided. I can almost guarantee it. Why would anybody, who in their right fucking mind, what would anybody care in Big Bear? Who has, was it Tommy Morrison? Morissette? Would it be Tommy Morissette that called on you, Chris Rasta? That'd be the only other person.
On too.
Yeah, they're just full on Wild West criminal, right? They're just the biggest gang in town. But the point
this had to happen. This had to happen to go to the next level, though, because
I get that.
I'm waiting for.
Well, what's the next level? You claim that you're already in the Supreme Court. What's the next level? To the United Nations, to the World Court? What's the next level? Are you in the Supreme Court of California with your case, or are you in the United States Supreme Court of America? This is one of the questions I got to ask you, Chris Rasta. I could look it up, but let's get it right from the horse's mouth, Christopher Rasta.
I was waiting for this.
No, you know what? When you showed chronic pain patients like myself and others, or people who deal with like certain things, and then we got people like you who are actually out there legitimizing these medicines of sorts to be capable of usage. Like like I said, you've always stood by what you said. And that's what I said. I do say
he's saying a lot of nothing, but using a lot of words doing it. You hear what Snafu Snaps is doing? He's doing a lot of talking, but he's not saying a whole lot of nothing. Because he doesn't know anything about this. He doesn't have it scripted. It's not pre-planned. He doesn't have it memorized like he does with his fucking pedo pogo spiel.
The camera in there, document this shit. I'm sure other people would. This is a really good case study in so many different aspects of what you're standing up for in the system, and even the medicinal use, for patients or people. So
and sacrament.
No, for real.
And it's a religion. It's from the earth.
Religion.
So, and I'm not saying like you have to believe in my religious faith. We just hold a vessel. So if they're saying that you can only partake in our cannabis and mushrooms at our church, but you can't take it somewhere else, well, that's depriving you of rights. That's depriving you of going to.
Right,
as
but
as it labeled as a church, did you have to do the 401c?
401c? It's 501c. First I heard him say this, I was like, what's this guy, a fucking idiot? And then even Paul corrects him.
Nonprofit, like paperwork shit.
It's 501c3 journalist.
401.
When he said his 501c3 journalist, I laughed my ass off. Because sometimes Paul does say some silly ass shit. some sarcastic stuff that makes me laugh.
I mean,
yeah, I did all that.
Journalist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did all that.
508
He's no Lois Lane.
Yeah. So the charges are already false. It's up to them to prove it's a drug house, which I'm already documented in the Supreme Court that I'm a religious establishment.
In what Supreme Court are you established that you're a religious organization? He's not expanding on what he's fucking saying.
So it's just something that had to go one step further for us to go further than we are now. So there's a bigger picture at the end of this tunnel. This had to happen. It had to happen.
Man,
I like some of the comments over here. Jabla.
I just think that it has to be recognized, right? I'm sure it is recognized. I don't really need to say anything, but I guess just man to man.
Red 40. I have a hard time finding myself in agreement with Red Fag 40 over here. He says Chris seems to be walking both sides. Yeah, Red 40. You finally said something that I can agree with. You fucking douchebag.
It's like, and I don't even need to say this because I know whatever you do, like me, you do it because it's what you do, right? I guess it's in you. It's not on you. So, but yeah, man, to go do a year and come back and still say, hey, I'm gonna continue this course, and meet this head on. It's definitely commendable, right?
Are they trying to intimidate with like extreme amount of time on these new charges? Like what? Like are you facing?
Snafu Snaps wants to know how much time are you gonna get in jail and prison? He's focused on how much time he's gonna get in jail and prison. I wonder if Snafu Snaps is gonna go to California and testify. It's not that far. You can drive there. You can take a train or something like that. If he's the one, which I would think that he probably is, the one who ratted Chris Rasta out. These questions that Snafu Snapsing are very fucking suspect.
Seem like, we're gonna get you for.
But I thought he said they didn't even charge him yet. They just came and raided, but they didn't.
Okay.
They caught me with pounds of weed, pounds of mushrooms, a bunch of stuff, but yet my bail was $30,000. And last time I got busted with nothing, and my bail was $50,000.
Wait. But so then you are charged.
He had to bail out.
Yeah, he's definitely charged.
The charges are from when I got busted on OTW show a long time ago. They're not even new charges. They brought up the old mushroom charges, which that's when I didn't even have no mushrooms. So let me read that to you.
You were taken to a facility and had to bail out again for the second time, right? Is what you're saying. So
I have to nail.
Snafu is getting a fucking boner. He's going, you had to bail out a second time, right? It's like he's enjoying this.
This down here because it's not making any sense to me, and I'm gonna be fucking looping on this.
Well, there's charges, obviously.
Yeah, this case don't make sense. What's that? Well, okay,
he's saying that you're saying you got charged and got convicted according to them. Whatever, went to jail, came back. How are you? You have charged. They just recharged you again. No?
It's open case. They'll go into Supreme Court. So maybe that's what's up, even if it's different.
Yeah, but it's Supreme Court he's the claimant. Snafu, please.
Snafu won't shut the fuck up because he wants to speak for everybody like he knows what he's talking about. He's the biggest fucktard on the goddamn internet. He doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. And even his biggest supporter, Red 40, is telling him to shut the fuck up, Snafu. He doesn't know when to shut his goddamn mouth.
No, you don't get that. Like if they would have raided him and just said we're gonna do new charges, but like you said, oh, you don't even know I'm already dealing with it, and so they probably found out, oh, he is dealing with it. Hence, they haven't like fully because last time they gave
right. But the point is, how is he bailing? Nothing would surprise me at this point. I've heard it all doing what I do. People have told me. And I've seen it. I've heard it. The cops have told me we don't even care about the law. I thought that was a great one day when they go,
well, that's what
guess what? We don't care. I go, all right, I guess.
Charges, right, Rasta? Like they had to have given you like some kind of say like you're charged with this and here's your bail.
They just go out and do what they're told.
I'm looking up right now. So
I mean, I could look you up right now if you want.
If he's mailing,
yeah, go.
No, you guys can't look it up right now if you want because you don't know what you're doing. I had to look it up right now, and it took me about 20 minutes to set up a portal to get into his criminal fucking charges. So, excuse me. So no, you're not going to look it up right now unless you got some backdoor access snafu through, your Officer Sims fucking connections.
Go for it.
Out
Because
you would think he has outstanding charges.
Does anybody ever hear my conversation with Pamela Connor, Shauna's mother? You want to know who laugh exactly alike? Snafu Snaps and Pamela Connor. They both laugh exactly alike. When I heard, I'm like, that fucking guy laughs like somebody that I fucking know. And I figured out it's Pam Connor.
It doesn't show the new charges now. It just shows that they picked up ones from last time. This time I didn't have shit. I had way more shit, more sacrament.
That's what I'm saying.
If you look
that's
up,
what if you look up, they're going to try and hit you with.
I have a court date the 12th, but it's for. If you look up my name, look it up right now. Let's look up my name together, and let's do it together. Check out my charges.
Oh, I'll do it. I got different.
Yeah, you're a journalist, man.
Snafu,
get on it.
Snafu's got a different tool. Did you hear him? I got a different tool. No, Snafu Snaps, you don't have the ability to look it up. Well, unless your government friends gave you a back door to do it. So let's show you Chris Rasta's criminal record on this current charge. I got it right here. Since he doesn't want to come on here and talk about it and give us an insight, then I'll just do it without him. So here you go. This is Chris Rasta's case from 2/25/26. It's a felony. It's active. It's San Bernardino. Here it is. It's FSB 260000810. And here's the viewing the case. Oh, the case is not loaded. Let's see. That might be because I might have been timed out. Let me see. Let me see if I have to log in. Let me see. Let me log in here. Remove this. I don't want you guys to see my password. So let me log in. Log in and register. There we go. I'm not a bot. Submit. What the fuck you doing? I can log in. Log in. Here you go. All right. There you go. Search. Type in his name. It's probably because there you go. There we go. Let me see. Make sure. Yeah, it's because I was logged out because I took too long. All right, so let me pull it back up. There we go. This is his current case. Look at his nicknames. I laughed when I seen CJ Little Man. People in his life call him Little Man. That's funny. When people call me in my life Big Guy. All right, so the parties involved. This is the defendant. There's no data available on the table. Let's go to the events. The bond filed, initial filing session. It's hearings. It's not even up yet. But his next court date is March 12th at 8:30 a.m. It's for his arraignment. His bond posted. His second appearance felony. So he doesn't even know his own case. The judge is Alexander Martinez. And his charges are felony HS 11355, felony selling ETC in lieu of controlled substances. So I pulled up his shit when he was his sheriff arrest, and it showed what he's got 2 separate charges. So they're probably stacking charges on him from what happened in August of last year and what happened, or I think it was August, whenever it was, and then this year. So they're probably going to nail him with multiple felonies. And if he beats it, then he beats it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. That's the way it goes. And so his next hearing is March 12th, 2026. And I will see if I can't get on the Zoom and share it with y'all. And so I want to go through all these other things with Christopher Rasta, but he doesn't seem to want to show up here, which is, kind of like, really, bro? Really, man? You don't want to come up and share? So we'll just go back to this video here. So yeah, that's what they would have looked up, but they didn't know how to do it, so I did it for them.
Let's do it.
All right, well, you're on California, right?
Yeah.
California docket search.
Or just put it.
I gotta see this one.
Put it in the
It's retarded. It's confusing and retarded, you guys.
Well,
It's
no, what it
confusing, it's retarded.
Again, I'm not saying they're all not like this is the world we live in at this point, but California is just.
I'm wondering if
here
they're
it
trying to stack charges.
It says.
That's what I'm wondering if they're trying to do.
My paralegal from the state national said, is the charges 11366? If not, what is it? Then ask, why does the website show the charges of health and safety code 11355F?
Huh.
So, yeah,
Grasping at straws.
California docket search.
Christopher Tyndall.
Oh yeah, that's right. We already knew that.
But Paul, if you want to help me on a lawsuit, I'll give you a couple mil off of it or half or whatever. Split it. I don't care, bro. But this is a good law. I'm
$500,000.
That black and white dude up in Washington. I've been trying to have him interact with me too, but this is a big
This would
case.
be a really cool.
You know how delusional you are, dude, to think that you're going to sue the government and get millions of dollars. Do you know who gets millions of dollars when they sue the government? People who lose eyeballs when they're punched in the eye by a police officer. People who are shot to death and their families are given millions of dollars. You know who don't get millions of dollars? Christopher Rasta. Do you know who else don't get millions of dollars, even though I've been through hell? Bad Apple Media. Do you know who else don't? Anybody who files a civil suit. Very, very rarely will anybody ever achieve a huge settlement or a huge verdict. No jury in any civil case, whether it's federal or state, will ever give this dude any fucking money. Even if he wins and they find the government responsible, which is what they call it in a civil trial. It's not guilty or innocent. It's responsible or not responsible. If they find the government responsible for violating anything or whatnot, they're not going to give this guy a fucking nickel. What they'll probably do is they'll make him pay for all of the legal fees. I'll give you a million. I'll give you a couple of mil. Quit smoking the fucking weed, bro.
Documentary status to watch you guys document the process of what you're doing, because this is something I think the whole community could stand by. And if Paul were to, no legal thing, but like be an advocate of sorts or whatever, and even you gave permission to use content on this whole thing. I mean, the fact that you've gone to Supreme Court, the fact that you're using your status, and this does deal with mental, physical health, but let alone religious aspects of self-belief. This is actually pretty, it is what it is. So
Thanks.
No, according to Landry, it's boring and repetitive, and it's not main character stuff like he's doing. Interviewing senior citizens and obese people at parades.
Hey, who's Landry?
Exactly.
Okay, sorry.
Let's move on. So yeah, who?
It's like Tarek and everybody else.
He's like Mike Jones.
Channels are burning on fire.
Are you in the California doc?
Yeah,
I can't. I'm 5 down.
He wanted to talk about Tariq, just like guys like channels like Tariq on fire. Blah, blah. He wanted to talk shit about Tariq. Not that I, whatever, talk shit about Tariq, but you're a fucking hypocrite.
Even fine
for me.
fucking.
I can say you throw the county down there for me in the private.
San Bernardino.
Oh, okay.
Chris. CHRIS, right? Everything's
and it
normal.
shows the charges of when I got busted.
DAL, right?
DALL. You got that, everybody? I got it. Thanks.
This is
It makes me wonder if they're trying to like stack up, and then just be like of course, threaten you with like a mass amount of prison time. Like they do with acid or whatever.
I've corrected my political status. I've already corrected.
That's what I'm saying. You have the status. You changed it. You're even 401. So like that's what I'm saying.
All right, so let's do something here. Let's do something. Hey, Chris Rasta, you listening?
Thank you for calling John Healing. Sorry we missed your call. If you have reached our voicemail, please leave us a voice message or a text message, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, he's got his phone off because he knows I was going to call him probably. I tried calling you, John Healing. Turn your phone on. Got Jennifer answering on the answering machine, your voicemail?
Google Christopher Tyndall, scroll down a little bit, and it'll show my political status. All that's correct. It's weird. It just pops up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're not caught up yet. They will be once you're obviously in front of the court system. That's what I said.
This is a part of why.
Yeah, Snafu knows about the court system, don't you, Snafu?
With a lot of this stuff, it remains in a gray area because they're never going to tell you what's moving it, right? Or stopping it from being moved. So, everything just comes down to you practice. They call it practice law. You practice until you get results and then get results and get results. And then you have to presume something you did along the way is legit, right? And again, they're never going to, you could win over and over again and never know why you won because they're never going to tell you, right? That's almost part of the game. So,
well, and these topics are pretty hot with the dispensaries or the churches like his, or like even the Kratom versus 7OH thing.
The gas station heroin.
So it's a hot.
The gas station heroin that you're addicted to, Snaps. Yeah, you know all about that, right?
Top subject, especially with the business / church. The owner, so to speak.
Hey, do you have Grok?
Grok. Do you have
what?
Grok? Do you have Grok? I feel bad for Chris. He's not. He's sort of illiterate.
Yeah. Does anyone have Grok? Stroke. Sorry, I forgot we're not on Talcott. So I saw Talcott up here, and I started thinking we're on Stroke Off. I'm sorry, but hey,
that's funny.
I made my famous chicken stroke off for everybody.
If anyone has Grok or Grok, if someone could look up something, because they took my phone and my social media and stuff, so I had to redo a few things.
Online case search. Here we go. I'm having a hard enough time.
Yeah, online case search.
California judicial search.
Hey, do you have
probably like a pride flag on the top of the California?
Hey, do you have Grok, Snafu?
Yeah. What do you want to
look up who is Christopher John Tyndall to Jah Healing Kemetic Temple of the Divine?
Here, put exactly that. Write it in the back chat. And I'm going to copy and paste it.
I don't know how to
write it in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
They took all my stuff, so I'm just on a tablet and stuff.
See, normally on these sites they don't ask. I can just do a general search. But this one,
yeah.
Hold on, Snap.
Share the screen. Since you got Grok, either I could do it.
Stop sharing your words, Snafu, please. Stop sharing your thoughts. East County, Kearney, Mesa, North County, Ramona, San Diego. See, it says unknown all. I should be able to do unknown all.
So let's pause this for a second.
They want me to specify civil. I tried civil. I tried criminal.
Let's pause this for a second.
North County,
San Bernardino.
Tyndall, Christopher J.
Christopher J. Tyndall.
Yeah.
All right, let's do let's try it again. We're gonna call him. What up, Jah Healing?
What's up?
What up, Rasta?
Who's this?
It's Bad Apple Media, bro.
What's up, Sad Apple?
What's going on? Chris Pasta?
Yeah, man, you gotta get your facts straight, dude.
Oh, well, come on up here and set them straight. I've been trying to get you to come up here for the last hour, and let me see, how long has it been? An hour and 17 minutes, but you didn't show up.
Yeah, I don't need to defend myself to nobody, man.
Well, why? Because my facts are accurate?
No, actually, they're not.
Well, what's so inaccurate about my facts?
So actually, Jah Healing is actually a religious establishment for people to get to their higher conscience. It's not just some drug place.
No, I'm not. I don't have a problem with you and your psilocybins and your marijuana. I've got a problem with that.
And you know, we were cool at one time.
We were never cool. You've never been cool with me. You've been running your fucking mouth defending Snafu Snaps.
No, I don't defend. I defend what is.
You suck Snafu Snaps dick. Just admit it.
See, this is how you speak.
Well, this is what you do. You go into fucking OTW's chat. You go on into my chat and you run your mouth. So you don't like it?
I'm not subscribed to you. I'm not even subscribed to you, dude.
Yeah, you are, because if you weren't subscribed to me, you couldn't comment in my shit.
I'm not subscribed to you, Bad Apple.
Oh, good. Then don't subscribe to me. So my questions are, it's got nothing to do with your psilocybin. It's got nothing to do with your weed, because I don't really have a problem with that. That's cool with me. I don't give two shits. I don't think that the government should tell you that you can or you can't do that. My question is why you use the government to file fucking PPOs against people.
Actually, that wasn't. I was actually robbed at gunpoint, and actually they went and filed it.
They did not.
Yeah, they never showed up.
No, they didn't, bro.
Yes.
They did not, dude. I'm looking. Come on up here on my fucking channel. Come on up here.
I never filed nothing.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Show me where my autograph is.
I don't need your autograph. The fucking docket of entries proves it.
No, you see on there that no one showed up to court.
Let me hold your thought. I'm gonna.
And all of a sudden they didn't want to show up because they were in default.
That's not how.
I never pressed charges on nobody.
No, look, I'm looking at it right here. May 3rd. May 3rd.
And no charges pressed.
May 3rd, 2011. You can deny it all you want, but the docket of entries, it says that you were the one who filed it.
No charges were pressed.
The docket of entry says that you are the one who filed it.
No, it was dismissed. They came at me.
Yeah, because you didn't show up.
No, I showed up to every court date.
It's right here. I'm reading it right here, dude.
No, I showed up to every court date.
I'm sitting here reading it right now, dude.
Yeah.
You said that you did not file it. Do you understand be quiet for a minute. Let me explain to you how I say that you're incorrect. That you're lying about it. You're right here, the case info. I'm on the court access portal that I set up to look at your court records. If the case is a civil,
Does this show 20 years in prison?
Nope. That's another question I wanted to ask you about. Well, hold on. That's another issue. Let me discuss this.
No, exactly.
Let me discuss this.
Go for it.
And then we can talk about the 1 year in prison.
Go for it.
This right here says the case info is that it just gives you the civil harassment, gives you the case number. The filing date was May 3rd, 2011. The status is it's closed. The court location is San Bernardino. And then I go to the parties.
The chick of the party killed herself, okay?
Look.
Hold on. If you want to get in depth, the person killed themselves and the court case was dismissed.
It doesn't matter. The case I'm looking at the information right here, dude. And I'm quite familiar with the document. I'm quite familiar with the wording in the court documents.
No, it shows
the restrained party is Tommy Morissette. Is that a female? Tommy?
Yeah, restrained Tommy. He's the one.
The protected party is you.
No, I didn't file shit.
I'm looking at it right here, dude. I'm telling you. Do you not even know if you're saying that you weren't the protected party, that you were the restrained party? They got it backwards, bro.
I never filed nothing.
Not according to this fucking information I'm sitting here looking at right now.
Okay, let's go back to this again.
I'm looking at it right here.
See me doing a year in prison.
I'm not talking about that. Let's finish discussing this, and then we will talk about your year in prison. Let's one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Who's Tommy Morissette? Is this the person you claim killed themselves?
No, I know him.
Okay, so Tommy Morissette is the guy that you took of. Well, then get him up on here and let him tell me that this is all wrong information.
We're actually friends.
Well, who's the restrained party?
His sister-in-law that killed herself.
Okay, so why is he saying that you're the restrained party?
No, it was the sister-in-law that killed herself. Okay.
Tommy Morissette's sister-in-law killed herself.
Yes.
So why are you a protected party?
When they came at me at gunpoint.
Who came at you at gunpoint?
So anyways, I don't want to talk too much, but
who came at you at gunpoint?
I don't want to get too into it.
Why? It's fucking old news, bro. It's fucking 20 years ago.
So when some people came at me at gunpoint because they thought I was doing Rasta as a white man, and they didn't like a white Rasta. So some skinheads came, and they
skinhead. Whoa! Skinheads didn't like you being a Rasta. Were you in a gang or something?
No, I don't. Just I work for the creator, and so I didn't want to jump into a white power gang, and so a lot of people hated me because I always stood for like Rasta, reggae, and rap and stuff. Like I grew up in San Diego, so when I grew up in San Diego by the beach, and then I come up to the redwood, to the mountains, and then there's just a bunch of rednecks where they just want to like hate on. See, I moved up in Big Bear with a hairnet, long stocking, like long socks.
Yeah, I get the picture with your collar buttoned up to your neck. I get it. Yeah.
And then so a lot of like white people are like, oh fuck you, you want to be this, you want to be that, but it was never want to be. It's just my culture that I grew up with, and so I've always got jumped and beat up or whatever by different people. And so after a while, I started, believing in. I believed in Rasta for a very long time, but when I started getting messages saying, "Hey, man, you should open a place for people to be able to have an establishment to be safe," almost like when there was war and you see like a red cross on a building, like a hospital where it's safety. I just always wanted to open a place for safety because people.
I get that because weed brings people together. They just chill and smoke a little weed and do some psilocybins and get to their higher conscience and they forget about kicking each other's ass. I get that. I get that. I understand exactly where you're going with that, and I ain't got no problem with that.
But yeah.
My question is again to go back to the court docket. Yeah. And you claim that you don't want to talk much about it. So why are you listed as the protected party?
Yeah, I'm not sure because I never filed nothing.
Well, the court docket is saying that you did.
No one ever showed up.
And that's why it was dismissed because you were there and they weren't. This is what it's saying, bro. This is exactly what it says. Would you like me to read it to you, or did you see it earlier?
You just told me earlier I didn't show up.
Did you see it earlier?
You just told me.
Did you see it earlier today? Did you see it? No. Calm down. There's two different dates. One on 5/5 of 2011. The legacy minutes. It says that the ex parte hearing regarding harassment. Deborah Harris, the judge, the clerk, Eileen Christensen, the court reporter, Debbie Rogers, the bailiff, T. Johnson, the appearances, plaintiff, Christopher Tyndall, present, respondent, Tommy Morissette, present, proceedings. Let me finish reading it. Let me finish reading it.
So what happened was when they went and called the police on me, they went and got the police report. And once they got the police report, what happened, that's when they changed it. So I never called the police on nobody, Fat Apple.
Dude, I've had somebody take a PPO out on me. The bitch Shauna Connor that Snafu Snaps is associating with. The bitch from 2019 that called the FBI on me because I exposed her for data mining and stealing people's information. Or using their email to sell it, whatever she was doing, I can't fucking. It's neither here nor there. But the wording in this says that the plaintiff, Christopher Tyndall, that's you. Because that means that you initiated this.
No, when they did the police report, they came to me. I never called the police. You could go back and.
Well, you can say you didn't call the police, but it's saying that you were there, that you were present at this hearing.
Because they called the police on me.
Who?
Like I said.
The gangbanger skinheads called the police on you?
Yeah, they called the police on me.
I know skinheads, and there was a hold on one second. There was a club, a gang, a group, whatever you wanted to call them, here in Detroit. They were really fucking popular, really violent back in the day. They were called the SIDS, and that was SIDS, and that stood for Skinheads in Detroit Streets. They don't call the police. They would just kick your shit. They kick the shit out of you. So they called the police on you?
Yeah, well, the sister-in-law did. When she robbed me at gunpoint, she wanted to.
A chick who robbed you called the police on you.
She was the one taking the fall for everybody for the bite. So she was taking the bite for everybody because she didn't want to. The people didn't want to look like they did it, so they put it in the sister-in-law's hands.
Really?
And then when the sister-in-law, but I never called the police on nobody.
Bro, I'm telling you what I'm reading right here, and I'll finish reading what I was reading to you. It says the appearances, the plaintiff, Christopher J. Tyndall, present. That means that you were there on May 5th in the Superior Court of California in San Bernardino. And then it says the respondent, and that's the person that the plaintiff is the person who filed the PPO. And the respondent is the person who has the PPO filed on them to try to get them in trouble. And it says Tommy Morissette is present.
Because I've never filed.
You don't need to go to the courthouse to see. You can come right here on my fucking channel right now and look at it.
I've never called the police. If it shows that they called the police on me, and by the time the story.
That's not how it works, bro.
Because I never called the police on no one.
Well, let me finish reading what I'm telling you. Proceedings, the predisposition hearing held, the witnesses. All parties is sworn and examined. The respondent, that's Tommy, states the true spelling of last name is Morissette. The hearing is held, ex parte orders granted, and the action complete. And then on May 16th of 2011, which was 11 days later, it says that there's a hearing on civil harassment filed by Christopher J. Tyndall. Robert G. Fowler is the commissioner clerk. Kathy Howden is the court reporter. Debbie Rogers is the bailiff. B. Saladana, or maybe that was the whatever. Appearances, the parties are not present. Christopher J. Tyndall, respondent. Tommy Morissette, present. Proceedings, OSC, motion held on court's motion. Case ordered, dismissed without prejudice as to an entire action. The reason is the non-appearance of the moving party. The stage at disposition, court ordered dismissal for the lack of prosecution before trial. The disposition of the court dismissal, lack of prosecution. That's saying that you weren't there.
I've been at every court date.
I'm telling you what it's saying, dude.
Yeah, I've been at every court date. And like when you're bringing this up,
Why did you take off when I was bringing this up earlier? Why weren't you willing to have a conversation? You wanted to say shit to me, tell me I was fucking trash, and put emojis up, fucking laughing clown faces. Then you ran away.
Well, you know, you're talking about Anavon rights. You're talking about all these.
Anavon rights is a fucking retard. That's my personal opinion. I've been studying and following the state national status and correcting status for over 40 years. Did that offend you? Are you there? Did you mute yourself? Where'd you go? Well, we haven't gotten to the point of him trying to claim that he's been a year in prison. He just disappeared on this phone call. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, dude? Maybe I'll have to hang up and call him back. He doesn't like the fact that I put down Anna von Reitz. And I think that she's a fucking idiot. Well, that tells you a lot about him right there. Let's call him back again. Let's call him back. Let's see if he answers. I bet you he won't answer. Tell me skinheads fucking filed a fucking... I'm a rat, right?
Greetings, you reached Jaw Healing. Please leave a message or text or call a few times due to the phone service. Thank you.
Oh, all right, he's calling back. Hold on. So what's up? What'd you do? Hang up on me?
No, I don't know what's going on with the phone lines.
Anyways.
They took all my phones and stuff, so...
Maybe you got the feds listening to you and they hung it up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Whatever they want to get me for, they can get me. You know, that's just the way it is.
Well, let's talk about the Anna von Reitz situation. I know who she is, and I know who David Strait is, and I know those people. They're in my opinion and in other people's opinion, they were discredited. David Strait's dead now, but that's neither here nor there. And Anna, well, it is what it is. Why don't you come up here on the panel? Make it a little easier.
All right. So I'll jump in the shower, just got off work, but I'll put some clothes on and jump on real quick. All right, cool.
The link is, you want me to text you the link, or you're going to go right in here? Tell me, come in here, and I'll tell you the link.
Yeah, I'll subscribe to you, but if my tablet goes in and out, I'm not trying to like be weird. It's just that I've been having problems with this, so I'm gonna try to log in with my tablet.
So would you rather just be on the phone?
We could try both.
So in the meantime, let me ask you: have you actually corrected your status through the State Department, or you just do it with a revocation or a revocation of political participation, or through your reservation of rights through the state? What the fuck? I just said it a minute ago. My brain's not there, but they're the state's assemblies that the Anna von Reitz is a part of.
Yeah, well, the thing is I've corrected my political status and also put it on public record and stuff like that, to just really just do it to exercise our rights, to show that we could do stuff as long as there's no violence and stuff. And that's kind of what I try to push forward for, is that we can do stuff without violence. I had my articles of incorporation and all that stuff as a church, and then my family started showing me about the state nationals, and I started getting into it and studying. And I'm like, well, this is something I would love to check out more. And as I started getting more into it, more things kept opening to me. And I'm not saying like one person has it all right or wrong, but I do look up to the people that are paving the way for people, you know?
Well, who do you know that's in the state national community who shares the information, who's like, a popular guru, as they call them? Who do you pay attention to? Who do you listen to, aside from the Anna von Reitz and the David Straits, if anybody?
Well, you got Paul's and stuff like that.
Paul doesn't share a fucking thing about state national status. He doesn't share any of the process. He doesn't teach anybody how to facilitate the actual, step one, step two. He doesn't participate in that. He just talks about his own personal experiences. I'm talking about a guru out there who's teaching people stuff.
Well, Thank you. Sorry.
Here, I'm gonna mute you while you're on the phone, and then if we lose signal, like just leave. If you got charge on your phone, I'm gonna mute you on my phone. So then if we gotta pull up the audio and we can talk on here when your iPad's fucked up, then we can do that.
All right, thanks.
So just leave me on the line and we'll just put it on mute on both ends.
Okay.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stream. What's up, man?
What up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. How about you? You might want to turn your volume down on your phone, even put it on mute at the same time, because it will give feedback.
All right. How's that?
Yeah, it'll probably work. And then, like I said, if you lose signal on your tablet, and we'll have to go back to that. You just hung up, but that's all right. That's no big deal. But yeah, so who to pick up what I was saying is who in the guru world do you even pay attention to? As far as teaching you or sharing knowledgeable information so you could facilitate your sovereignty.
Well, I have a few I have a few heavy hitters. I don't want to expose their names, but here's a lot of my paperwork that I'm filing on my court cases because I just got rated again for cannabis and mushrooms, but I'm already documented as a religious establishment and they just don't like it. So it's pretty much just trying to stand for rights and freedom, not about money or anything like that.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question that you mentioned it before that you're in the Supreme Court. What Supreme Court is your case recognized in? Is it the state of California Supreme Court or in the United States of America Supreme Court?
So I went to prison for a year in Pleasant Valley, up north in Northern California, for the charges were a health and safety code violation of a controlled substance, but it was cannabis. And so my sentence was, since it was only supposed to be a nonviolent, it was 10 days. So I was only supposed to do 30% of 10 days. And that should have only done 3 days. But I actually ended up doing a year on level 3 in Pleasant Valley. I studied law and I appealed my case. And now the appeals sent it to the higher courts because the appeals didn't know really what to do with it.
So you're in the state of California Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and where were you at when you were convicted or charged and convicted and sent to Pleasant Valley? What county were you in where you caught that case?
That was Riverside.
You were in Riverside County?
Yeah.
All right. Well, when did you go to prison? In 2019?
2023. November.
Well,
yeah, all the holidays. I've been locked up through holidays years and years and years at a time. What they would do is keep arresting me. I was fighting this trial since 2019. It started off as a misdemeanor. The judge actually fumbled the ball. The DA, the statute of limitation was up. It was supposed to be 1 year. She filed it 3 years later. It's just a bunch of bullshit, man. So.
Well, I get it. You know, the system does whatever they want to do, and they don't give a fuck about the rules or the things that they're supposed to follow. They don't give a shit about that. I get it. So let me ask you, go back to what I was asking you before about, did you correct your status through the State Department or you just did it through documentation?
I've done it through the State Department as well. I've also sent it let me see.
Well, with the State Department, did you do it through your passport application or did you just send it to the State Department?
I filed it with, let me see. Declaration of Sovereignty. Let me see.
You don't have to give me paperwork to prove it. You just tell me about it. I'm not going to doubt that you've done it. I've seen,
Yeah,
you
this
share
is
some
all like
paperwork before.
this is all really good paperwork. So Healing was actually starting to open a space for people to correct their political status, and for people is holding a space for people to come and talk and learn and teach as well. You know.
Well, that's one thing that the internet is lacking is people teaching people the proper way to correct their status and to become sovereign. And it's not just, the idea of changing your status and then saying, "Oh, I'm sovereign now, and I don't have to follow your statutes and codes and shit." It
Right.
becomes a lifestyle. I've hesitated to do it myself because I got things going on in my life where I'm actually suing the government. I got to have my commercial license for my work. I drive for a living, so I'm putting shit off until I can finalize some app. Neither here nor there, but I've gotten my path, my program down pretty pat. When I do it, I follow, and I don't even like to use the word follow. I pay attention to some gurus. One of the individuals that I pay attention to is Brandon Joe Williams. He's on Facebook. He's on YouTube. He's got some pretty good information. I follow, and again, I don't like the word follow, but I pay attention to James C. Lovett. I pay attention to Sovereign Living. Some other, very few people, because a lot of people out here share misinformation and disinformation. And I think that they could possibly be doing that on purpose to discredit the movement itself.
Well, that's why I was saying, like someone like you have a lot more to bring to the table than the other bullshit. And I'm not saying what you're doing is right or wrong. I'm just saying you have a lot to bring to the table. That's all.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm nobody special, but I know the process. I know what I'm talking about, and I know what I've been through. And I was sent to prison in 2002 from a dude that I knew, that I grew up with. It was a friend of mine. Yeah. And he got busted with some dope and some cash in his house, and he had a previous, a previous record that he didn't want to deal with. And they told him, either you rat for us or you're going back to prison. And he didn't want to go to prison, so he just set up a bunch of people that he knew to save his ass. And I happened to be an idiot and made a phone call for the fucking guy. And the rest is fucking history. I got caught with 2 ounces of fucking powdered cocaine. So
yeah, I don't really mind what people do. Like, if people are gonna do drugs or whatever, that's really on them. The thing is it's like that saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Not you, but anybody. And
well, that's yeah, of course.
And it's just like a mushroom. We take this shit to grow from. And if we could just take these lessons and learn from them, then they're not really it's not bad. It's pretty much positive. These are all meat suits. So when we come here, everyone says we're all one. Yeah, we could be all one, but it's the thing is just treat people as you want to be treated. And that's a problem nowadays. People don't want to treat people as they want to be treated. They want to treat somebody like some way and then get treated like, like something. And it's just the 80s were such a good time growing up, family, no cell phones, stuff like that. I think now internet, so many keyboard warriors and stuff. It's just, this last raid, when I got raided, I got raided in the village in 2025, but I didn't really have that much stuff, Sacrament. So this time when I got raided, I was like, all right, well, I'll make sure I have a lot. So I sold, collector bongs, a lot of stuff that I've had personal, just to open up Healing, knowing that if they're going to come in, I want them to come in when I have something. So I sold a bunch of my personal stuff, opened again, and they came in, took a bunch of stuff with about 18 AR-15s, and now I just going to try to fight this case as I've already whatever the universe wants me to take it, whatever angle. So I can't really tell anybody which way I'm going to take it, because I don't even know.
Well, I understand that. You're in a situation that most people wouldn't be able to handle, and until you're in the position, it's easy for somebody to the side chair or armchair quarterback it and say what you could and you should and shouldn't do. You'll figure it out. You know, if you want to represent yourself, that's, you know, that's on you. If you wanted to get an attorney and pay for something, but, you know, mouthpieces, they're not gonna go the common law way. No victim, no crime, no, you know, no loss, no injury, no harm. Because drugs, it's a free will situation. Those are man-made laws that aren't based upon the Ten Commandments. You know,
Right.
it's some bullshit that it's a, you know, it's the 14th Amendment citizen slave bullshit to control you. It's the Luciferian beast system is what it is.
Right. Well, each time
Yeah.
I've been raided the last couple of times, I've had a military veteran. She served 11 years, 8 years active, 3 years inactive. She has a clean record. She's in the 50s. So for them to come at, gunpoint and stuff, it kind of, when the cops came this time when I was in custody, they asked me a lot of questions, not just one cop, but like 10 of them. And and they don't even like what's going on really right now. And I'd say, because cops will come into our church and say they want to get off drug or off alcohol or pharmaceutical companies. They said that they wanted to get to their higher conscience. So I've worked with many police officers, so I'm not down talking any of them, and I know they got a job to do, but the statutes, codes, and policies, that's for a corporation, and if you're not part of that corporation, I don't think that should involve us. And I can't like cry about it. I have to hold that space to be able to hopefully have an educational center for us all to learn, cops, non-cops, because I'm not saying we don't need cops. We just need cops to be able to do their job. And the cop that came at me with AR-15s, I worked at Circle K for a year. They'll come in and shake my hand. Everything was cool. So when they came in my churches, all with all these helicopters and everything, and shut down all the roads, finally he pulled me to the side and I said, sir, you know, and he's young. I'm old enough to be his dad. And I said, and he's also, what makes you think about the law, like about the flower and stuff? And I said, well, cannabis was here before the laws. So for someone I said, if the laws were here before cannabis, then that's different, or mushrooms.
It's mentioned in the Bible.
Right. Right.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So thanks for letting me speak. Thank you very much.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep speaking. I just wanted to say that it's mentioned in the Bible that, Scripture says that God gives us all seed-bearing gifts and plants to use as gifts. So it's this isn't rocket science for law enforcement. The problem with law enforcement is that they've all sold us out for their own financial benefit, and
right.
and if people don't understand, the that side of it, the financial aspect, where it all boils down to like you were just mentioning, growing up in the 80s. I grew up in the 70s. I'm 57. I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, right? So the people don't understand that it was the greatest times that were to be had. I think that our generation was the best generation, experienced the best of both worlds prior to the internet and as much freedom as you could get. When you were a kid, you get busted with a sack of weed. The cops would, if they made you get rid of it, they say, "Oh, just dump it out on the ground." If you got a real asshole, he'd make you squish it in. If you just dump it out on the ground and kick, send you on your way, you come back and pick your buds up,
Mm-hmm.
and they knew that. And, it was a different world back then. And where we're at now, cops back then, they didn't make, the amount of money now. You're in California. You get some cops are making $250,000 a year.
Well,
where do they get that money,
Well, they beat me so bad. Bad Apple Media at sentencing. The judge says, "Would you like to address the court with anything?" And I said, "Well, first of all, I've not had equal rights and due process. Second of all, you're depriving me of rights under color of law." And I started reading deprivation of rights under color of law. So he had the 6 deputies grab me and they beat the shit out of me so bad, my neck and stuff. So I was getting physical therapy in prison because they beat me so bad. But I didn't fight back or nothing, man. I just let them beat the shit out of me.
You should have filed a civil suit. You should have filed a 1983 civil suit for excessive force.
That's why I was talking with Paul and chatting, because if I win, we all win. Bad Apple Media. It's but the thing is I think the police also need to be educated and be able to have a safe space as well, because they have a very hard job as well.
No, I'm not saying I don't disagree with that. They definitely have a very hard job, but at the same time, most of the law enforcement that are, out here today, they earn the hate that they receive.
Right.
They do some of the most egregious, acts that I've ever seen in my entire life. When we were kids or growing up, cops, they were messed up, but they weren't like today. They'll put bullets in you if you fight back, or I wouldn't say fight back, but if you run from them, they'll shoot you in the back. I could show you a dozen videos right now that I have saved in my computer where, I don't know if you know much about me, but I wouldn't say that I'm an activist. I would more like to say that I'm a journalist who shares some pretty messed up stories and from personal experiences in my life. And so getting back to, the 70s and the 80s were the best times in the world. And then slowly things started changing in the 90s. And, people like Randy Weaver, if you remember who Randy Weaver is, from Ruby Ridge. And it all started there where the police state was starting, to be developed slowly but surely, where the mentality of the law enforcement had changed from, you know what, let these little fuckers go, and what, to now it's everybody's arrested. They'll beat your grandma up. They'll tase your grandmother if she doesn't sign a ticket, because the law enforcement of today and the unions that represent them have created an environment that we are experiencing. And that environment is due to the fact that the budgets that are allocated to these quasi-military organizations known as police departments. The only legitimate police departments that we have as a state national, you should probably know this, the only law enforcement that we should be experiencing are federal marshals and sheriffs, elected sheriffs.
And Coast Guards. U.S. Marshals and Coast Guards.
I'm talking about on the land itself, but we have all these. We have the state police. We have municipal police departments, and they have rank. They have you mentioned it with the maritime flag and the gold fringe. It's all related. It's neither here nor there. It's a fact. So these quasi-military organizations are private contracting armies for cities to enforce their statutes and their codes and their ordinances, because they're all corporations, whether it's a state corporation, a county corporation, a city corporation, or a township or whatnot. They're all corporations and they're businesses. And then, well, the
corpse
derivative of the word corporation is the talking dead.
Yeah.
It's an orating corpse.
All caps.
Oration. So the fact of the matter is, with these municipalities that are contracting these military, quasi-military organizations to perform their, revenue generation, the unions on behalf of the law enforcement officers are negotiating contracts with the municipalities, and their contracts have exponentially grown to numbers. Just, you're in Los Angeles, and there's a guy out in Los Angeles that's dealing with the police on a daily basis. His son was murdered in a drive-by, and I don't know his name offhand, but he is I could share it with you, but nonetheless, the budget in any given big city has gone through the roof. And the reason why I say that they've sold us out is because these law enforcement officers this is a career. Their budgets that they receive is, let's throw a number out there, $100 million for a municipal budget. And in LA, it's probably 60% of the county's budget is going to law enforcement. And so those huge numbers that are given to the unions, they're taking a big portion of it. Let's say it's $100 million. They're taking $20 million of it and putting it into their pension funds. Those pension funds are sitting there, making money on the market, doing what they do. And when the law enforcement officer retires, they're receiving huge yearly, annual salaries for their 25 years.
So, see, my uncle was blown away in Colorado for the legalization of cannabis. Michael John Welch. My dad was killed by the Mayflower Union because he didn't believe in the Mayflower taxes. My dad went into a burning building to try to save a dog, and it suffocated him, and they both died next to the dog. My uncle, Michael John Welch, he actually was fighting for cannabis. That's what turned the legalization for Colorado. So, and then I got William Tyndale with no license. So I think that if we all just self-govern, we wouldn't need the law. Like I know you and Snafu got your thing, but Snafu goes through.
Well, that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother issue that you don't even know much about.
No,
you're
that's
being
what I'm saying.
misled. You've been given
you guys
wrong information. Well, but you inject yourself into it, though.
Well, you guys. That's for you guys to work out, and
it's for it's. Hold on one second.
Yeah,
it's not for me and him to work out. It's for him to work out. I had nothing to do with the guy. He's coming after me, harassing and stalking me. And then he goes to the police. Now don't include me in his bullshit because I got nothing to do with him.
No, I'm just thinking you guys are both men enough to talk it out.
I'm man enough. I mean? I've called him up here. I've called him up here to have conversations with me, but he's a fucking coward and he won't do it.
Well, I'm just saying, whatever you guys have, but I hope you guys can see eye to eye.
You don't understand. You don't understand the dynamics that Snafu Snaps represents.
But do you know
what he's about?
He's probably not happy with himself, Bad Apple.
Well, that's got nothing to do. Well, then he needs to deal with his issues and not drag me into his misery.
Right, but it's like that saying, you see this handicapped guy drooling on himself and going through him stuff, and either we can go wipe his side right here and kind of help him a little bit, or we could just be like, so there's a time and place, and we're all grown men, and whatever you guys have. But I feel that this life is too fast for us to have negative energy, because if any of us, it's like once you forgive somebody, not him, I'm just saying anybody, okay, in general, I have to do this with the police and all this stuff going on as well. But I think once you be able to forgive, it's such a blessing. It's such a weight off your shoulders. I keep getting rated because this guy, he's a mechanic, and I gave him a couple $1,000 for my struts and my brakes, and then he didn't do them. His mechanic comes to me and says, "Hey, Chris, you should probably ask for your receipts. I don't think you did your stuff." So I asked the dude for my receipts, and he says, "Chris, I did burn you. I want to rent you an apartment." So next thing you know, sorry for cutting you off. So I got an apartment. I went to go move in, gave him the deposit, have a witness. Next thing you know, he says, "Oh, it's not moved out, but I still want to charge you." I said, "No, I'll be back tomorrow to get my money." So I came back the next day. He went inside. He said he wasn't going to give me my money. So I walked away, took some deep breaths. He's had my house raided. He's had my shops raided. I worked at Circle K as the lead, counting money, doing all this. Go out to the sheriff's, ripping my car apart. All because some, have nails in the driveways. So we all have so much different things that we don't see behind closed doors. A lot of people just think that what they see on the internet is what they have. You can go to any of my videos and I bring my life to you guys. I don't hide nothing, and I've never snitched anybody off. I actually willing to put my life on the line for people to be set free. And if it takes, regardless if you smoke weed or not, or eat mushrooms, just be able to have that experience, like Terrence McKinley says, and Paul Stanton and stuff like that. I'm more of a spiritual Alan Watts and stuff like that. So when these people take, it's like people know that McDonald's is still serving humans and they still go there. It's up to us to just say, we're not going to eat that no more. It's up to us to say we're not going to commit crime against one another, because we don't want to involve these tyrants, and we don't want to pay for these guys anymore and these girls. So the best way we do it is just not do violence, is just my opinion.
Well, I don't agree with that, or I don't disagree with what you said, but when it comes to Snafu Snaps, God helps those who help themselves.
Maybe
in my relationship, and hold that thought, in my relationship with him prior to just recently, I've known him since 2019. I treated that man like a brother. I treated him with respect. I gave him advice. I offered jobs. I offered anything that I could help a guy that I didn't even know in flesh and blood. I knew him from the internet. This guy has been a manipulator, and his entire goal is to manipulate anybody and everybody that he meets. That's neither here nor there. I've helped him more than anybody could ever imagine. I was a friend to him, but he wasn't a friend to me.
Because he has to find himself.
See, well, of course he does. But let me finish what I'm saying.
All right.
And in our relationship, what his entire goal was to seek revenge upon people. There's no forgiveness in his heart. He doesn't understand that his darkness that he has within him exudes from him, and it comes out. Every you see him all over the internet running his mouth about anybody and everybody. It doesn't stop. It goes on and on and on and on.
That's how I'm dealing with this dude. He's 30 years old, and he all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, you know, I've hated you since high school." It's like, dude, you're 30 years old. I haven't even lived in this neighborhood. I lived here, but I left for a while to San Diego and did my thing down there. But instead, you know, as much as, you know, people ask me, do you want to go, you know, you want me to go fuck this dude up or whatever? I'm like, nah, he's got to find himself. See, you know, these people, and that's where I feel that the psychedelics help, because it's like Alice in Wonderland. One side makes you taller, one side makes you smaller. And I think once people start breaking that ego, they realize that, you know, we all know nothing. We all really are just temporary, you know, and we're so used to just grasp. I remember being like 20, 30 years old and just thinking, oh, I gotta have that white picket fence and own that house. And you know, everything we were taught is like we gotta teach ourselves. So, you know, it's not about money and a gift, the present, like the present moment is a present. And that's, so many people get carried away with like gifts and things. And I think that, you know, here, these people, everybody I feel want the same vibration, only want the best. And you know, you're always gonna have two sides of the coin. So you're gonna have some people that don't want it, and you're gonna have some people that do want it. But us people that do want it, and that's why in the 1776 and a lot of stuff it didn't last, because people couldn't come together. And you know, it's so easy to fight.
It boils down to moral turpitude.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a good moral character,
yep,
and you have a broken psyche, if you're damaged and if you're suffering from trauma, whatever that is, that's an issue that you have to deal with. And then as a friend, it's not just him. I've had, you know, I can't even tell you how many friends that I've had that have committed suicide.
Yeah,
you know,
me too.
And so I recognize this shit, and I tried to be the best friend to Mr. Sims that I could be, which is Snafu, and I tried to give him the best advice. He's doing to his daughter what he had done to him. He isn't raising his daughter. His adopted sister is raising his daughter. It's none of my business. It's nobody's business but his. But you can't go around and accusing others of throwing your wife and your family away and your kid so you could be a YouTube internet star, which is nothing more than a projection through confession of his own fucking doing. The guy that I know isn't the guy that you know. And what this motherfucker put me through is simple. You could tell a lie one time, it's just a lie. But if you tell that same lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth.
Well,
and
I have this dude still
Snafu snaps.
Well, I got this dude still snitching. You know, I've lost a lot, but I've also gained a lot. You know, as much as I want to smack this motherfucker, you know, but Bad Apple, it's not worth it. You know, honestly, between you and I don't remember the last time I got knocked out. You know, I really don't. And I'm not
I've
saying
never been knocked out.
Yeah, that's how I feel. You know, maybe by my own self, like hit my head on something or something. And I'm not saying it to be a cocky, arrogant person, you know. So
I'm saying it because it's true.
Yeah, I'm in that direction too. So you know, it's not like I'm a little kiss ass or anything. It's just I've been through all that, bro. I grew up by Tijuana for many years, and it was awesome. Met great. My friend Joe Lucero was on the Gridiron Gang. He's all over you know, he does a lot of stuff too. I've known him since we're 13. I've known a few people, and you know, I remember going to a restaurant and some lady being, I've been here for 20, 30 years or something. Now you go there and they're like, it's someone new every single time. And I feel like that's kind of what we're feeling because we take it.
People have no dedication. People have no dedication.
No, and then
there's no loyalty.
No loyalty, man. So, but just I don't want to preach religion because I'm not religious. Okay,
Neither
I
am
mean
I.
not religious, but when the creator supposedly died on the sins next to this and that, whatever that fucking greatest story ever told was, this is story ever told. So I'm not saying it really happened because I didn't see it for myself. But when
You gotta have
Jesus,
the faith that it did happen, though.
yeah, well, when Yahweh went on the cross, he says, "Forgive them, for they know not what they've done." So a lot of these people,
Well, when it comes to forgiveness, some people may presume and assume that I don't forgive people for their discretions against me and their trespassing and their bearing false witness against me. I forgive everybody because it's what I'm directed to do. I
but
don't
don't
hold any
forget,
hatred in my heart for anybody.
yeah, don't forget. Bro, I've had a few or bad apple media. I've had a few people or a lot of people do me shady a lot, and they're close friends, family, whatever. And I've had to let people, my brothers. The reason why I did prison term is because my brother that I took care of for a very long time because I was like, my mom was a single mom getting her ass stomped out by drunk boyfriends. I was going in and out of foster homes. I grew up very poor, but my family was very rich. We migrated from Italy to San Francisco on a boat. And then we started farmers markets in San Diego. And, my grandma was a working woman in the 30s because she came from Italy to San Francisco, and she went to school with Mario Andretti, the black baseball player, because my grandma was a working lady, so she slept with some of these people personally, slept with them, autographs, everything. And there's a lot of things that the material thing is a lot of us, when you're in a hospital bed or going through this shit, none of this really means anything anymore. And so with the pharmaceutical, the fluorides, the processed food, all this stuff, it's dimming people down. So a lot of people don't have that clear, even the shit that they're poisoning us with the clouds and everything. So if you look,
Chemtrails, the geoengineering.
yeah, so we're getting fucked every which way. So fasting, taking care of your soul, vibration, try to elevate your vibration, not you, but people.
No,
You probably think,
I could use an elevation of my vibration.
and fasting, just fasting a little bit sometimes, like once a month, once a week, then do it once a week. Then it helps rebuild your body, helps you clean. But I think that we're so into people's business now that even not meaning to, like, we could be in a grocery store somewhere and go, look at that. You know what I mean? It's already automatic in our brain to say, look at that person, or look at, and I think we should all just, if we all elevate
Well,
to that higher,
everybody's too judgmental.
yeah.
Everybody's too judgmental.
And they're not even in a position to judge, you know. So John Healing,
I don't judge people for things that I don't know. I judge people for the things that I do know. And I wouldn't even call it judging. I call it calling them out for what I do know. There's
well,
a
see,
difference between judging and calling them out.
well, the people that have done me shady, I don't ever plan on, even if they're my family or not, I don't ever plan on going there again because you'll get the same repercussion. And that's the beauty of it. I can't look at it as all these motherfuckers, they did this and that to me. I would look at it as, okay, thank you. That's something you have to deal with now. And that's the same thing. So, I wasn't going to come up here, but thank you for inviting me and stuff. I was going to jump in the shower, just got off work, and I really want to stand for rights and freedom. And, Anna von Reitz and these people, uh, when I was in prison, they were the only ones that wrote me and put money on my books the whole year. Anytime I didn't even ask. And, I could have been like spending all this money and ordering food and commissary and all this, but I treated like I didn't have anything because
Well,
I didn't just order everything. And they gave me from documents to calling, Donald Trump's First Amendment attorney to different levels. And one of my court dates where it went to a different schedule, if you look on the 13th of last year, I think it was December, that's when Donald Trump did an emergency sign. So my case is really far up there. And I got my own issues. So if you think I got issues with you or anybody else out there, I don't. I got my own.
Well,
So
I don't necessarily think that you got issues with me. I think what you have is misinformation that's been provided to you by a really demented individual who's trying to pass himself off as somebody that he's not because he's not secure in his self. And that would be fucking snafu snaps. You know, I don't have any hatred for him. I forgive him for what he did because, you know, he's an idiot. And he's got his issues that he needs to address for his own issues and his own problems. But see, he thinks that he needs to hold people accountable for their actions. He's got deep-seated issues that got nothing to do with people on the internet. And
see,
that's something that he has to address on his own.
Well,
hold on, let me say this. And as far as forgiveness, the man who sent me to prison, who snitched me out in 2002, who set me up, I was a bouncer at the bar where Eminem got in trouble. I'm friends with the guy who got whacked in the back of the head by Eminem's security guy. Eminem wrote songs about my buddy, Johnny Guerrera. But it's all a bunch of bullshit. So I ended up getting sent to fucking prison because I exposed the cops for their corruption. Because back then, I knew that I didn't have a victim. There was no crime. But that's not how the system works. When you allow them to get their demonic claws in you, it's kind of hard to break free. I got locked up on an emergency bond because I confronted the fucking cops. And I wish I would have recorded it. But I confronted the cops for their fucking bullshit. And they ended up contacting the prosecutor's office, holding an emergency bond hearing, and I didn't get out again for 4 fucking years. But that's neither here nor there. The dude that did it to me, I was in communication with his wife because he called the police on me when I did call him and said, "Oh my God, man, this guy's fucking, I'm in fear for my life." Kind of like what I'm dealing with this fucking snafu clown, right? So if I was to have any ill will towards the guy that did this to me 20 something years ago, I would have never called him. I knew where he lived. I'd have just went to his house and did what I had to do to him.
Yeah.
But I didn't do that because that's not who I am. I said to him then, I called him on the phone. He answered the phone and I said, "Hey man, what the fuck, bro?" He said, "Who is this?" And I said, "You know who this is." I said, "Why don't you do your own time for your own fucking crime, motherfucker?" I said, "You know that I got a handicapped daughter. You know that I got fucking all kinds of shit going on. And you're going to put me in this position?" His response was, "Fuck." And he hung up on me. And then he called the fucking police. And then I get a phone call from my lawyer that said, "You got to stop harassing the confidential informant." And I said, "Well, hold on a minute. Weren't we in court just the other day and they said that the confidential informant wasn't Mike? The only person I called was Mike. So they're misleading the fucking defense." So I went through a whole lot of shit. And his old lady is the sister of a friend of mine that I grew up with. You know, you go in there, you grow up in the same neighborhood, people, you know, co-mingle, whatnot. I was communicating with her because I knew this guy was one of my best friends. I knew his old lady. I knew where she worked. I went to her fucking job. And I said, "Hey, man," I said, "You know that your fucking old man is snitching on people? And he's snitching on me, and I'm about to fucking go to prison?" And she's like, "Oh no, he's not doing that." And I said, "The fuck he's not." So at the end of the day,
for the record, Bad Apple Media, I'm not a snitch. I have no paperwork on me.
Well, I'm just saying.
There's been times when somebody actually, I don't want to mention names, but some biker came to my place and they came with guns. I fucking took his samurai sword out, put a Z4 Zoro on his throat, fucking started bleeding everywhere. They went and called the police. "Oh, he tried to stab me." And so they called me. They tried looking for me to see what happened with this dude's throat. And then I told my side of the story, and then it switched. You know, I said, "These motherfuckers came to my house with guns, and I fucking," and you know, then it, you know, so I've never snitched anybody off though. I never called the police on anyone.
Well, motherfuckers come to my house with guns. They're going to be facing guns.
You know,
I'm a convicted felon that has my CPL.
So I never, and even when I was in prison, bro, I never pressed a button, not one time. The reason why I was where I was is because when I did go to court, I did say, for the record, the DA has a hit out on me because my friends were the trustees, 2 of them, and they said, "Hey, I'll testify for you, Chris." One was a black dude, and one was a big ass native Indian dude. And he says, "Chris, I will testify for you because we care about you." And when I said that, next thing you know, the deputies come and get me after court and says, "You know what happens to snitches? Snitches get stitches." But I've never snitched anyone off. So if I ever ended up, and they said, because what I said at court, where I said on the record, the DA has a hit out on me. I actually put a lien on that bitch. Lawfully gave her the warnings, gave her each notice, gave her the fee schedule. Because I try to exercise the fee schedule and jurisdiction really, whether they see it or not. It was a hell of a run, and I'd done the best I could, man. Had AR-15s at my head, risked my family, friends, lost a lot of friends and family in these battles, bro. I went to Tommy Chong's 80th birthday, invited personally, comic books after me. I'm not bragging or anything because I think we all have our own thing. But all I'm trying to say in this dimension is psilocybin and cannabis has been an amazing part for me, and it's not about money to me, And
well, I grew up in the days of mescaline and acid, so they're very similar with the effects and the psychotropics and the hallucinogenic value and the euphoric, situation you'll get from psilocybin. I've done mushrooms plenty, but at the end of the day, I don't have any ill will towards anybody. I don't give a fuck who it is until you step to me and you show me that you're going to cause me harm. I'll run my mouth all day long. I grew up sticks and stones, Right. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
Hurt.
You come to me, you try to put me in a fucking cage. You set me up, you put me in fucking prison. That's something that you're going to have to deal with in the days wherever you're standing in front of your creator. You're going to have to answer to that. And what I did to the dude who did what he did to me and sent me to prison, I didn't get out and go and fucking track him down, which I knew where he was at the day that I got out, because all my friends were like, "Motherfucker, move down river, blah, blah, blah." What I did, I fucked his old lady. I hooked up with her. She divorced his ass when I went to prison because she didn't believe that he was a snitch. And then once she realized that he was a snitch and I did go to prison, she got rid of him. She's like, "I don't want to be fucking married to no rat bastard," and dumped his ass. So then I ended up hooked up with her and I fucked her. And, I wouldn't say I fucked her, but I hooked up with her. And we were banging. Okay. So that's how I got back at the motherfucker who sent me to the joint. This clown right now, Snafu Snaps, who sent me, through the ringer because he was harassing and stalking me. And I told him, "Leave me the fuck alone or I'm going to kick your ass." And then you go to the police and you tell them I'm in fear of my life. And then I get maliciously prosecuted. And then you don't show up to fucking run your mouth in court when it's time for you to come to court. And does he go around telling everybody this story on the internet? No, he runs around telling everybody that Bad Apple Media is a dangerous man, that I'm unhinged, and all the other shit that he fucking says. The only person that I see that's unhinged is Snafu Snaps. He calls anybody and everybody a fucking pedophile, which is very dangerous. If you've been in the joint, it doesn't even matter if you've been in the joint. Lies can get somebody killed. If you call somebody a fucking pedophile in the joint and somebody believes it, somebody will go and kill that motherfucker.
I watched people die in front of me, beat to death. Bad apple.
So this is something that Snafu Snaps, who claims that he's been in prison, who's served time. Does he not know this? I've told him multiple times. I have all of my audio recordings with this motherfucker on our phone calls where I've told him, "You need to stop saying that people are fucking pedophiles, bro. If you don't have any evidence and no proof, you're fucking putting somebody's life in danger. Whether you like it or not, you don't have the position to say the shit about people that you do." He runs around this internet like a fucking maniac, and nobody says a goddamn word to this motherfucker. I'm being attacked by everybody, including you. You attacked me. You called me fucking crybaby. You've called me fucking whatever. I don't give a fuck. You called me crybaby. You said some shit to me.
Sorry, but from a man to a man,
I don't need an apology. I don't need an apology.
me coming from where I am, and I don't want to. I want to practice what I preach. So please forgive me for being an idiot and a low life scumbag because I can be like that, and I apologize. But it's that energy when we all pull each. It's that crab effect when we're like, okay, motherfuckers. That energy is fucking just so negative.
Well, see, that's the thing is that I'm not part of this fucking negative energy that's on the Panelverse. I had no idea that the Panelverse existed until this fucking son of a bitch drug me into it. And then I said, I thought the guy was, God knows where he was at. I thought maybe he was just minding his own business in the world. I didn't know he was still online doing the dumb shit that he was doing. I cut that dude loose.
He would call me so many names and everything. So, but now I could honestly shake his hand and sorry not to interrupt you, but this is why Jaw Healing, I want safe spaces like this. Like when you first got on here I wanted the red cross on a white building, pretty much that safety, don't bomb it. And that's what I want Jaw Healing to be. I wanted a sacred space. I had my own marinara sauce, huckleberry, elderberry syrup. Everything was organic. What I try to bring is healing to our souls and to our conscience because I'm just a vessel and I'd want you to do the same. So
well, I can respect that.
Jaw Healing, we just want to open everywhere to be able to have a safe spot. A lot of, you can see the pharmaceutical and the alcohol industries are totally plummeting, and it's because of what's going on. So I think when I want to establish more of these, it's even these enemies that call the police on me, and before I'm like, fuck you, I wouldn't give you the time of the day. I'm almost, after this conversation, I kind of want to pray for my enemies a lot more than.
Well, you're supposed to. You're required to pray for your enemies, but it doesn't mean that you have to cohort with them. And when it comes to snafu snaps, I'm going to give you listen to what I'm saying to you right now, and listen clearly. You might think that he's a good dude, but he'll fucking stab you in the back the second that you turn around. He's already done it to you before, treated you like shit, didn't know who you were, run his mouth about you, and he'll do it to his own fucking mother. And he has done it to his own adopted mother. I know him better than any of you people on the internet. And I'm giving you and anybody else who has the level of awareness to take and heed my fucking warning. You want to play with fucking fire. Don't whine and cry when you get fucking burned. You can say the same thing about me because you can say, oh, you're whining and crying this because you're involved with Snafu Snaps. I wasn't involved with Snafu Snaps. I cut him loose from my life back in 2022 and had nothing to do with him. He would come into my live streams and my chat and run his fucking mouth and spew his bullshit, and I would block him. And it got to the point where 3 years later, he couldn't come in and say nothing because I blocked all of his fucking accounts. But he would come in and do what he did until he couldn't do it no more. And then he would call me on my phone. The number that I called you from is my fucking Verizon telephone number. If I was worried about you having it, I wouldn't have called you on it. This has been my number since I got out of prison, and I'm not changing it for anybody. Anybody wants to fucking call me, they got fucking balls to call me. But they don't. So let me finish saying this. So Snafu Snaps calls me on my cell phone, harassing me because I have audio recordings of between me and Marfugal, which is the guy that he's constantly talking about with the veterans charity fraud. He's full of shit, whether there was some discrepancies or some intended fucking scamming. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. It had nothing to do with me. But at the end of the day, there was no veterans charity fraud, and he was in 2019. He swore to me that he was going to make that man's life a living hell, and he has been true to his word for fucking 6 years. And since I wouldn't give him my audio recordings between me and Marfugal TV, so Snafu could expose him like he did Jack Talcott and how he harasses everybody and does his little fucking videos but gets everybody else to do his dirty work. He wanted to fucking seek revenge on me. And that's why he went to the fucking police in Gilbert, Arizona, after I told him, and he called me on my live stream, told me he was going to red flag law me, take away my gun rights, all this shit. I said, bitch, bring it. I'll buy you some gas money so you can get here, you broke motherfucker. And then the next time he called me, running his mouth again, I told him that I was going to kick his ass. And then so I get fucking prosecuted. And then the bitch doesn't show up to finish what the fuck he started. So do I hate him? No, I don't hate him. Do I have hard feelings towards him? No, not really. Do I know that he's mentally disturbed and he needs psychiatric care? Fuck yeah. The guy that sent me to prison 25 years ago, last March in 2025, I went to his house, hung out with him, sat in his fucking living room with my Smith & Wesson 40 on my fucking hip. I told him to his face, hey, you know what? What you did to me, I can understand it. Nobody wants to go to fucking prison. It was a rash decision. I had a conversation with the guy. We hung out for fucking 3 hours. And I told him that I forgive him, that I have no hatred in my heart, and that he needs to get himself right, because currently he's in his own fucking prison. He moved out of our neighborhood and he lives 40 fucking miles down the road and he has no life. He's sheltered. He lives in a fucking a little apartment, and all he does is goes to work and comes home and smokes weed. And then when I told him that I forgave him for what he did to me, I didn't tell him that I was banging his ex-old lady, because that's between me and her. But, I don't want her to be, him fucking with her over that. But he started fucking crying. He literally started crying and apologized to me for what he did.
The sheriff did that to me, Bad Apple. When the sheriff that got me fired from my job, that came at me at gunpoint both times, that was totally bullying me when we were in the jail, I said, fuck you, because he went through my phone and I said, hey, man, I wasn't this calm, but I usually very calm. But when he was going through I have nothing to hide through my phone. I just didn't want him going through my personal space. I got naked chicks and I got my kids and personal shit on there. It's just no one's fucking business. And so I said, dude, you're a fucking faggot. And I was about to crack, I was just to that point where it was like, fuck this, man. And then he comes over, unlocks his cell and says, Chris, and he says, what makes you think about the plant? And once I started saying that the plant was here before us and everything, he teared up and he says, Chris, keep up the good fight. He says, you have a lot. I've done your background and you've already got a hold of many senators and stuff, and just keep up the good fight. And I said, you as well. I said, I couldn't do your job waking up to a gun every day. Wonder if I'm going to smoke some motherfucker, or if I'm going to be nice to this guy, if he's going to take advantage and kill me. And the guy that you do be nice to ends up taking your life. So I said, I know you have a hard job. I said, but you've raided me over 50 times and you've never found a illegal drug or a gun on me or a weapon. I said, so to come at me with AR-15s and stuff like that. So I just wanted to come up here and make peace with you. Please forgive me. And it's not like that. It's just, I make peace. It's not about sucking nobody off or nothing. It's just like, hey man, please forgive me. And I hope everything's cool. And you have a lot to bring to the table, and maybe educate people. Maybe even if it's just a little bit of certain things, because my first time ever coming on here was I met Paul years ago when he first got busted. I said, when I was up and running in Fallbrook, I said, Paul, you need anything? Come down. He says, no, Chris, I don't need anything from nobody. Just, good vibration to me. And so I met a lot of these people through Paul. And I'm not saying that just here on this internet, and it also carries around me. I do forgive, but I don't forget, and
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not telling anyone to go back and suck their enemy or anybody off. Just if you pray for them, pray for them. If not, that's cool too. But some of my enemies I would never let back in my life, because I don't want the same outcome. That's all. Not because I'm better than them or anything like that. It's just I don't want that problem.
Well, I hear you, but what I can say is I'm an outsider. I don't know how long you've been, forgive me, dare I say, traipsing around the fucking panelverse. If you have good intentions in your heart and you want to make the world a better place, I don't know if you're trying to infiltrate the demonic entities that are running around the panelverse, but there are some really shady, sketch, suspect, shitty human beings running around the panelverse.
And guess what?
Personally, I don't want to be associated with them.
Hey, I can name a lot of them too, bro. And I don't want to say nothing because I don't want to be like that. But just the beauty is that we see through them. So it's up to us that we could continue feeding into that plague, or we can just go, okay, we're the bigger man. I don't play me stupid. I'm gonna be a chameleon. I'm gonna adapt to it's just like when you were in prison. We got to adapt to that shit, and that's the same out here because damn well half of these motherfuckers wouldn't do half of what they said, or they don't, and so for us to sink down to that vibration, probably not a good level, but we got a lot of vampires, blood sucking vampires out there, but in the end of the day, they have to deal with themselves as we have to deal with ourselves. And if we let them if we give them our energy, then that's really that's on us, because that's our responsibility, because
well, right, exactly, yeah, absolutely.
So I'll jump on. I subscribe to you, bro. I really appreciate it. I just got a shower. I'm beat. I got a flight out tomorrow. I got to talk to Big. I'm getting flown. I don't want to say nothing right now, but people read about me, so they're flying me to this event to see where the next step is, because they really love what I'm doing, and they think that the charges of a drug house are bullshit, and I've just
Well,
went to
I
a
don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all.
Because I'm not a drug house. Like, you can see my videos. They took my old Facebook down, so I had to restart another one again and again, and Instagrams and stuff. But after I get done with these court cases and stuff, I like to talk a little more. But right now, I just gotta, uh, I really, really, really gotta connect and keep out of the realm. I gotta focus on and the courts and stuff like that. So I'd rather not be on these realms too much. OTW, he's just a cool dude doing his thing. Whatever he does, he does. He just holds his
I
space for
disagree.
us. Well, he holds his space for us to just do it, and whatever we do with it, we do with it.
Well,
So
I get it. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I don't associate with shit. And I'm not saying that you're shit,
yeah,
but birds of a feather flock together. And my purpose on here is to bring awareness. I got right here that my buddy just gave me, a friend of mine. You see 14 envelopes here. He's like, dude, you know what I found in a box? Letters that you wrote to me from the joint. And I had one of those epiphanies where coming of change, like burning or getting rid of the past. And so I burnt a lot of my letters and shit, which I kind of regret it, because I reading one of these letters the other day just brought back, like, holy fuck, I can't, wow, yeah, whoa, shit, 4 years of my fucking life. It literally destroyed my life. And I don't appreciate, the system that we have in this, this Luciferian beast system. I'm trying to be the better man, and I'm going to share the information that I'm aware of. And I'd have no problem with, you and me doing something, some collaboration to sort, to a degree, and sharing my knowledge, what you do, whatever. I don't know what could be done, but in the future, I plan to bring my knowledge to people. I could, there's a lot of people out here in the state national movement that want to charge people for the information. And that really pisses me off.
yeah. Well,
I'll pay for somebody's program. I'll pay for somebody's fucking program and get their shit, and I'll share it with people for free and see how the fuck they like that. You know what I mean? And,
well,
and not that it's any good information, because a lot of it's fucking bullshit anyways.
Well, I have a nice spot here in Big Bear. To anyone that would like to talk about, if they're ever up here and they would like to talk about education, correct and political status, health, any of that, my doors are always open. It kind of sucks in the calling that I have, because as a minister, I got to kind of like, because I'm an ordained minister. So as much as I want to forgive people, I still want to slit their throat. But in the same thing, that's really within me. So it's a lot more growing as a me that I have to do. So talking to you and coming up here made me want to forgive my past, because the rear view mirror is so small and the front is so big. So it's time for me to let go of the past and make room for the front, bro. you know. So
well, I do that as well. I'm not in disagreement whatsoever. I like to move forward. I don't like to live in the past. When I put something or somebody in my past, it's for a reason, and I move forward. And I don't look in the rearview mirror. I don't have a rearview mirror. I look forward, and I want to make the world a better place, even if it's one person at a time. If I could help one individual understand or comprehend the knowledge that I have, then I'm doing good. You know, I've been, and I know that you want to go. I'll say this and we'll cut loose, but you know, I've been a conspiracy theorist all my life. Like I told you, I don't do theories, I do facts. So when it came to the chemtrails that people are spraying, I've lost a lot of friends and family over that shit years and years and years ago. And you know, it's a nice feeling when somebody who gives me shit. I'm a flat earther. I get people run their mouth to me constantly. I don't give a fuck. I know what I know, and I believe what I believe. You believe what you want. That's your choice. But nonetheless, it's nice to have somebody come to you after they give you shit and they tell you you're a fucking idiot, you're a retard, whatever they say to you, and they come back and say, you know what? I apologize.
and
You know,
that's
I want to say, hey, you know what? You weren't wrong, and you got some pretty good information, and I'd like to know some more. You know, because I planted the seed. You know, like you said, people might kick dirt on me. They might treat me like shit, but I'm a seed, and you kick dirt on me, I'm going to grow. And so this is the things that I like to do, and I like to be the underdog. I'm okay with it, you know, because I'm gonna persevere and I'm gonna move forward. And with having a conversation with you, I will also apologize to you for fucking saying shit about you, you know, insulting you, whatnot. I'm a bigger man than you know, keeping things unsaid. And I don't like to talk shit about anybody that I don't know about. I would have rather to have this conversation a long time ago. But my personal experience with the people on the panelverse, they'd rather silence me and support somebody who has a proven track record to be a very despicable human being. And I don't want anything to do with despicable human beings.
Right.
So,
right.
You know, I want to surround myself with good people. So.
Well, it's an honor to meet you, and you know, just everybody out there too. If it touches home, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Hopefully and this is what Jaw Healing wants to be able to also provide, not just selling something, but a space for stuff like this, for us to unite, because that's what Rasta and I believe into: red, gold, and green. Red for the blood that's shedded, for the gold, the purity, for the green, the land, the gifts from Jaw, the friendships, the herbs, the juices, the mangoes. So, you know, it's just everybody's getting so materialistic and so sidetracked from the fluorides and everything. So all we can really do is just take care of ourselves, because you know, deep down inside from going to prison, that it's only us there. When I was in there with some of these murders that were never getting out, and I had weed charges and mushroom charges, they didn't give me my paperwork almost all the way through, because they knew by not giving me my paperwork, I would get stomped the fuck out. So finally, people would just look my name up, you know, and see that I was good. But I've been through a lot too, and I'm not saying I'm the most. I know everything or know anything. All I know is I'm willing to put everything that I believe on the line for others to be able to enjoy. And if we all continue to do that, stop paying taxes, correct our political status, and self-govern, uh, you know, because I think the cops and that side have a really hard job to do too. So,
well, they do have a hard job to do, but at the same time, you know, I have, you know, my issues with the justice system in the first place. You know, we could talk statistics all day long. We could say that the United States of America, whatever, you know, this place is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. We represent about 5 to 6% of the entire population of the earth. And then in this country, for the entire earth, we have 26% of the entire earth's population that's in prison. So we're not the free land that people believe that we are. Law enforcement themselves, their crime resolution statistics is about 2%. So
well, look at the crime.
They don't do much but take reports. You know,
Well,
the conviction rate is about 90%, 95% of fucking pleading guilty due to threats and
Look, so if you're traveling with no license, they're gonna pull you out of car, break your window, beat the shit out of you just for not having a license or a registration or insurance or whatever. But if you look at our indemnity bond and our insurity bond, that's actually put on us because when we're born and they give us a birth certificate and there's a stamp that's a crescent number. Well, guess what? You
I
weigh
get
seven
it.
pounds. They put 7 pounds of gold on us. What do they do with the 7 pounds? No, they don't just let it sit out there in the middle of nowhere. They actually put insurance on that. That is called insurity bond or indemnity bond. That's why when the judge says, blink,
Where?
there's a bond. Well, excuse me, judge, who the fuck are you to be able to release my bond? And by the way, since you have that much authority, how much is backed by this crescent number of me? You see, and how many times have you tapped into it without my consent? So they're really the criminals. Those are really the guys, not some dude on YouTube, not some guy next to me or whatever that shit is. The real
Well,
motherfuckers are the demons out there, and we gotta slay that shit. Educate yourself, take care of your body, take care of your soul, and just do what you're
well,
you're, you're here
the
to do.
ones that are it's us versus them, and them are the demons, the minions of Lucifer, who created this physical realm, who's in charge of this physical realm. So it's not the principalities of the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood. That it's the principalities. It's the demonic system.
Dude, the
And
Nickelodeon
so,
Island is after the Epstein Island. Are you, dude? The Nickelodeon's thing is the same design as the Nickelodeon. I mean, as the Epstein and Nickelodeon. And even the bears with the blue and the white little thing is off the Epstein Island. It's all just, it is, but
I
that
get it. Yeah,
but what's the
I get it.
beauty of it is I'm the dragon slayer or dragon tamer, and you and whoever else wants to put themselves in those realms. But me, I look forward to wherever we have to go from here. And if we all just come correct your political status, stay out of trouble, I think that
Well,
there's nowhere to go
there,
but up.
there's no solution through voting to make this
Mm-hmm.
this this place a better. It's a corporation. It's no different than Walmart. Walmart's a big corporation, so you could use that as an example. If everybody quit Walmart and terminated their employment and became independent workers, then Walmart would go out of business. And the problem is that there are too many people here on the internet, which I believe, I could point out all sorts of government shills who
My
are out here
family.
doing what they're doing to dissuade and distract and to get people, like, for an example, if you've seen the video yesterday that What's Up Cynthia was sharing about the guy who was driving with no plate and no registration, and he
Mm-hmm.
got his window busted out with his wife and his kids in the car. And that video, the guy spoke about Paul Unslaved in it 3 times. It's an old video, but it's making its rounds again.
Yep.
And people are saying, well, Paul, I said it, but I'll say this to Paul's face. I'll message him right now and tell him that I believe that he doesn't share proper information with people. And that's
Well,
something he doesn't have to. It's not, for him to do. It's
Well,
his choice, you
someone
know?
like him can help people in court because I knew David Straight and stuff personally, and he's like, "Oh, Chris, good luck." I knew the Potlaw brothers, I knew Hell's Angels attorneys, Mongols attorneys, Vago's attorneys, a lot of people's attorneys because I was fighting for this cannabis, and if yeah, and a lot of people told me no, and if it's your
Well, they're
calling,
officers of the court. They're not gonna go against, they're here as representatives of the royal crown. They're
mm-hmm,
managing the affairs of the corporation. They're not gonna go against it. It's very rarely that you're gonna find an attorney to go against it. You know,
right,
and my attorney, she doesn't go, she doesn't do the statutes and codes. She goes by the Constitution, but at the same time, there's a limitation of her representation. She had the opportunity to destroy a deputy on the stand back in 2021 who unlawfully fucking arrested me and tased me in the back from 12 feet away because I checked this bitch ass on the fucking side of a road. And so instead of her tearing him up while he's sitting on the witness stand lying through his teeth, she knew that I wasn't very happy that she didn't continue the line of questioning to get him to dig his hole a little deeper. She pulled back because there's a limitation to the representation. They will, even though any lawyer fights for you and they go above and beyond and they dig that hole for a deputy or for law enforcement or for anybody, they will be excommunicated from the program. So there's limitations to even good lawyers. And
Well, I think if
most
people
people don't
like Paul,
understand this.
well, people like Paul is so smart that he could be helping filing lawsuits on these motherfuckers and just hitting them in the pocketbook. Like, and we can't go and beat their asses and shoot them. We got to come at their pocketbook. So if we all join and just say, you know what, we're going to come at these people at their pocketbook, then I think, yeah, pen and paper, that's my weapon. That's what I told the cops.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah, that's what I told the cop. He's all, where's the weapons? I said, I got a pen and paper, dude. It's all on video. I'm gonna ask for the cop cam, this raid and the last raid. So maybe we could share it and shit, go through it and check it out,
Well, I put in a FOIA request for him, so.
So that's what I'm gonna do. I got court pretty soon next week. So, well, Bad Apple, if you don't hear from me next week, you know where I'm at. Probably be doing a little vacation, but if not,
well, you're going for arraignment. You're going to enter a guilty, not guilty plea. That's all you're going to do, and they're going to cut you loose and give you another court date for predisposition motions and hearings. At least that's the way it should be. So, do you have a court-appointed attorney? Do you have a hired attorney, or are you going to represent yourself?
Yeah, I studied law since I was young, and since I went to trial last time, so they had me 4 months no bail because I didn't want to see a doctor. So I go see 5 doctors.
You mean a doctor of mental health? Mental health?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I see 5 of them, passed all of them. Next thing you know, they still give me a public defender I never signed for, but I was my own attorney. So when I
you don't have to just fire them. Just tell them I don't need you. You're fired. Get out of here.
Yeah, I've been doing. I was my own. I did my own. So I cross-examined the DA, and I said, "Well, if you have firsthand knowledge, I'd like to ask you some questions on the stand since you're the victim." And then they denied me that. So it's just been a learning process. But when they had my public defender that I never signed for on there, he violated my rights so bad, and that's why I'm in the Supreme Court now to be able to show so many different reasons. So it's for the same charges. Same exact charges.
Well, hang on a second, Chris. Don't go nowhere. We got a special visitor in the back here. Somebody you may or may not know of, and I'm shocked that he's here. Nice. I think he's a pretty cool dude. If any of you don't know who Clash with Bao is, do you know who Clash with Bao is?
No, sir.
No, Clash with Bao is here in the backstage. Let me introduce him.
A special ed visitor.
Special ed. What's up? What's up, Bao?
Nothing much, man. I'm intrigued by this combo. I caught the tail end of it, and I was just intrigued from what I've gathered so far.
Well, hold on one second. Christopher Rasta, Bao, Christopher Rasta.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
That's a cool name. My family that are the last kings and queens of Vietnam, their last names are the Baos.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Nice.
Well, that's his first name.
Oh, sweet.
So what's up? What was intriguing you about the conversation?
The intriguing part to me is it seems like Chris is about to go and deal with a system, and it seems like Chris is pretty well aware of what he's dealing with, it seems like.
Well, I think that he is too, but I was going to suggest before you popped up in the backstage that I would suggest, Chris, if you're going to represent yourself, make sure that you give notice to the judge that you're going to record your court hearings and keep a record of your own, whether it be with a cell phone or go buy yourself a cheap little, body camera and set it down and just record what you're saying and keep your own record. So, because I have experienced the system actually manipulated the transcripts in my case to prevent me from appealing. So keep your own record. That's my suggestion to you, but you could do whatever you want. But yeah, that's what I was going to suggest to you before. But anyways, so explain to Chris what you do, Bob, or what you used to do for how many years.
I don't think that's too relevant to what's intriguing to me. I mean, it could be, and I guess I could when it becomes relevant. What I find interesting I don't know, is the 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 circle that Chris is around, because I hear a couple of names, and even speaking to me and you, because we know we're kind of soft sits in a sense, right? And for lack of a better term, um, and I
Well,
find
I
it.
don't like the sit part. I like the soft part. No sit.
Well, whatever the case may be, just for lack of a better term, I'm just using internet slang because we can sit there and
Yeah.
have a discussion about that, and it'll be a different discussion.
Potato. Right.
Yeah. But I find it interesting because my question would be are you gonna go soft sit with it, man? Are you gonna? I mean, what are we gonna do? Like, how are we gonna go about dealing with these people? It's what's intriguing to me.
It's just like the gladiator, man. Let's just do it, and let's get it done. And I'm already in the high court for the same charges. So really, if they want to talk to me, I'll just be able to talk to that paperwork. Really, it's all documented. Everything's right there. If I'm gonna try to establish jurisdiction as well. I'm not saying it has ever happened or it hasn't, but that's just what I'm going for. I've corrected my political status years ago, so I'm trying to go. My family, William Tyndale, died translating the first Bible into English because he didn't have a publishing license. So I believe that when I did my over 31 grams of mushrooms, and also I was in a band when I was young, about 19, 20 years old, and I would sing this song about castle walls. Castle walls are on fire. Don't call me a thief, criminal, or liar. And it was just fucking. And next thing you know, I did these mushrooms, and I started seeing these castle walls, people burning, oil burning, and then finally, these guards were like pulling me, and so finally I fucking hit their hands off me, and I said I got it all recorded, or actually, I had it recorded, but the cops just took my phone, but I had it in my documents, me doing the 31 grams. And as soon as I said, you know what, get off me. So I walked up to where they're going to behead me. They beheaded me, and I said, I felt free. I finally felt free, and I felt like this is it. And then I started learning about William Tyndale, and our family just was married to Walmart, got divorced like 6 months later. Next thing you know, our family, William Tyndale, I started studying it, and people were like, "Hey, Chris," because they were looking up my name because they didn't give me paperwork, and they're all, "Dude, look at your family bloodline." So I started checking it out, and I started seeing William Tyndale. Well, he ended up dying, being in prison for almost 2 years. He would have to drink the walls off the castle walls because they wouldn't give him no water. You could check out the movie called God's Outlaw on YouTube. It's a cool movie. It's old school, but it's really cool. It's very touching about anything, and it talks about how he's like, oh, the Pope and everybody just want to make money off this, money off this, money off this. And so when Bad Apple Media brought to me earlier, he's like, well, what do you feel about this panel? Well, this like William Tyndale will go into the kings and the queens actually palaces and say, hey, I don't like certain things. You guys aren't preaching it right. You're preaching for the money, and you're keeping control of it. Every person should be able to enjoy the fruits of the creator, so whether you're a plow person or not. And so as I started learning about William Tyndale, I went to trial, and I said, I had the judge speaking from the bench like, hey, you're asking me to sign, but that's almost like practicing law from the bench. So I was like, okay, well, I need to go out to the hallway real quick and pray. So I prayed, and I said, what do I do? Do I sign right here and just give up? And William Tyndale says, I wouldn't ask you to do anything I wouldn't do. And that's when I knew I had to put my life on the line. So there's no turning back, man. It's all forward.
So the spirit of William Tyndale guided you, but I can respect that. But I think what Bao was getting at here is what approach are you going to attack these charges? Are you going to attack the no victim, no crime? Are you going to attack lack of jurisdiction? Are you going to address it in what regard? What is your game plan? If you're willing to share that information with us, correct me if I'm wrong, Bao.
Yeah, so now, pretty much the same charges are in the Supreme Court. So it's really, they recognize me as a religious establishment. If you grok me and say, who is Christopher John Tyndale to Jah Healing Kemetic Temple of the Divine, it will say. And if you ask Grok or whatever, or the internet, is Jah Healing a drug house or is it a religious establishment? We're known as a religious establishment. It doesn't mean what we do is wrong. Just because they don't agree with what we do does not make it illegal. It's up to them to prove we're a drug house. You
Who are
see?
you dealing
So
with if you don't mind me asking?
what's that?
Who are you dealing with if you don't mind me asking?
San Bernardino County
San,
sheriffs.
is that in California?
Yeah, Southern California.
Okay.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that I would address this as, you know, whether it's through sovereign or lack of jurisdiction or however you want to deal with it. But first of all, I would ask that you have the opportunity to cross-examine the victim in this case, and the state cannot be a victim. So that would be where I would, you know, be
Right, and then
comfortable
right
with.
here, I filed because they wouldn't let me file here in California, so I filed in a different state the Declaration of Sovereignty and Independence. I actually filed it in Winnebago County Recording District. So it shows right here that the Declaration of Sovereignty and Independence. I've had a very amazing teamwork just from God. Like people could, and then I also have it notarized right here from years ago because I've been doing it for quite some time. And then we also have proof that we served it, that I'm not I'm not part of the jurisdiction.
So what questions do you have to ask them about when it
is this something that's ongoing, or you said I heard over, or when I caught the tail end of the convo, you said something about Friday. Do I need to speak up?
No, I can hear you clear.
No, I've been rated over 50 times for the same charges. I just believe in it as a holy sacrament. I don't know why. I've tried to get a job at different places, try to do different things, and it just calls me back to this. You know, so I owned a restaurant.
So is it on? How long has it been ongoing?
I've been rated over 50 times. I've been getting rated since 1991.
I think he's referring to this current one. This current raid was done on the 25th of February, and he was raided last August, where there's some possibility that they're stacking charges from according to the docket of entries, where they're building a case possibly. And, you know, allegedly there's somebody who's been making, not exactly who sure it is. I have my intuitions of who could be calling law enforcement to make confidential complaints about Chris and his establishment or his church and their involvement in weed and in psilocybin and whatnot. So
what happened to the previous charges that's not ongoing? Has any of them been resolved?
Oh, bro. So I appealed this, okay? And it does not take a Stevie Wonder can see this shit, okay? It shows the judge spoke out of place. It shows that the judge says, okay, to my one of my witnesses. So can I have a fentanyl church? Dude, just so many, not only that, but it shows that the DA only had a statute of limitation on my first charges were misdemeanors. You were not supposed to file anything after a year of that unless you trailer it. They never did. She thought she could do all this. She frauded documents, frauded dates. It's all, if you look at this, the appeals, the brief, as well as more than that, it's all documented on public record that the judge would totally misconduct. It shows that the DA misconduct. It shows that my public pretender that I never even asked for he objected one thing. Like a lot of stuff. They did not. They took over 30 iPads and cell phones.
So are they is it unresolved, or what's going on with those?
Well, let me try to answer the question that Bao's asking. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but according to the docket of entries, he was raided in San Bernardino County back in August, and there is no record of the arrest or any record of any proceedings whatsoever. The only inclination that there was anything that happened prior, which was in August of last year, was that in this current arrest and these charges, there's a notation in the bond that says that it's his second felony arrest.
And I love it because
interesting.
Because well, so I'm in the Supreme Court right now as we speak, waiting for the same charges to go through. So this is like harassment, double jeopardy, bunch of crazy shit.
Wait, hold on. What does that mean? Can you I don't know what this means when you say you're in the Supreme Court right now, waiting for the same charges to go through.
So
in the state of California.
I went to court in 2019. Was found guilty for sales of cannabis and mushrooms. I was supposed to do 10 days. 30% of 10 days, because you're only supposed to do 30% of a non-violent crime, would be 3 days. I went up to Pleasant Valley for a year in prison on level 3. And so I appealed that. And now the appeal's been since 2023 of November. It's been in appeals. It should have been dealt with years ago.
But you've already did the time, right?
Yeah, I already did my time and shit.
Yeah, so
you know,
so it doesn't matter what happens in the appeal. I mean,
they got the penny for the pound.
Yeah, and now you're basically going through the same process just at the beginning of it versus towards the end of it, right?
Yeah, and I feel like this is where it needs to be. All this has to take place for it to go to the next level. Last time they raided me, I didn't have shit. I had a couple pounds of weed. They left all that. They took a couple of but they planted 3 ounces. They said, if you look at my name up, it says they found 3 ounces of mushrooms. So now, before I've asked, where are the cop cams? They didn't want to bring it forward. Now I can just say, can I please see the cop cameras? I would like to see where the 3 ounces came from. Oh, by the way, where was the warrant? I don't think you had one. And by the way, is this a drug house or is this a religious establishment? And are they committing crimes or is it just a personal vendetta? So this is a huge civil lawsuit. Huge. This is
you may be past your statutes of limitations on a lawsuit if it's something that happened back in 19. Even though it's in a court of appeals, it may be, tolling your time. It might be paused, but, from my experience, you do have a statute of limitations to file civil suits in certain cases.
Well, now we got this one. So now this one is fresh because they did not, first of all, they slandered me. They said they found 3 ounces. I don't care if you found, I told the sheriff last time they raided me, I don't care if I had 1,000 grams or 1 gram. It really don't matter. It's from the earth, and I don't need your permission when I already have the creator's permission to partake. So you're going to tell me I need your permission to get better, to get to a higher conscience, and you're going to deprive people of rights? You're going to say that, yeah, Jah Healing can have cannabis and mushrooms, but only at their church? No, and no, and no. What if you want to say, hey, Chris, I need to go find a higher conscience. I really don't want to be in this church right now. I want to go to the mountains or to the beach or to my bedroom. No, you can't. You have to stay here. No, hey, I'm infringing on your rights.
Chris, did you ever in the August 2025 case, did you ever see the warrant? Did you ever see the affidavit for the warrant? Did you ever see any documentation for it?
No, I have a lady friend.
Any of that?
She's in the military for 11 years, 8 years active. She was actually in the LA riots. She did 3 years inactive. She actually got like best of her platoon, taking apart her gun, her bullets, all that shit, her gun, throwing the grenade, all that shit. So she was there. She didn't see no.
Well, I get that, but they cannot raid your home without, that's one of the things that I requested in my FOIA request today was the search warrant and the affiance, his affidavit is what it is. The cop has to fill out an affidavit. He has to take the affidavit to the judge and say, look, I'm swearing that this is what's going on. And the judge signs a warrant and then they can come and search your shit. So there has to be paperwork. They can't just come raid your place without any paperwork.
That's what I'm looking forward to. Well, that's what I'm looking forward to because they dropped the charges. So this time when they came, I sold comic books, coins, collector bongs, a bunch of stuff to open this. So I got this building. You should see it, bro. You can check out. I had to open another YouTube or Facebook, but
Chris, let me ask you this, man. Do you have a plan if they just did the same shit they did to you last time and just convict you and let you deal with it on appeals?
Well, if that's what the creator wants, then that's what I'm a vessel. I have no control of this.
Well,
Honestly,
you have to
because
have a game plan and established. You have to have step by step what your
civil
plan is to
lawsuit,
do.
civil because
Well,
if
well,
you
you can't get to a civil lawsuit until after the criminal charges are adjudicated one way or the other.
well, see now
You
that
know,
I'm
you can
noticing,
file it. You can file it, but it's not gonna do you any good.
no, but regardless if I win or not, a million people are gonna do things regardless the same if not different or whatever out there. So as far as I'm concerned, I've done my part and the best I could. So no matter the outcome of this, I all I could, it's just like a baseball game, or soccer or something. All you can really do is say, hey, I did the best. Win or lose or draw, I did the
Well,
best I could.
I get
you
that, but
know
at the end of a baseball game or a soccer game, both teams go home and they lay in their bed at night. At the end of this, you're not going to go home and lay in your bed at night. You're going to go home and lay in a Department of Corrections in the state of California's bunk.
What's the worst
And you
case
don't want to do
scenario?
that.
You don't have to go to jail for this shit, do you? Worst case
Well, yeah, they will send in to prison.
prison?
It's felonies, bro.
Well, they got to find they got to find it. First of all, a controlled substance cannot be used for medicine or a sacrament. And
Oh my God. How many
psilocybin
years are
is,
you facing?
I don't really pay attention to that stuff. One
Oh my
day,
God, man. So you're telling me
What?
if they just fucking railroad the fuck out of you and throw the book at you, you're just gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. What else? What
That's
else can
what
you
God
do?
wanted.
Well,
Well,
what else
there's
can
a
you?
lot you could do. I would make sure that if I
No,
wasn't
that's a good
confident,
question. What do you do?
if I wasn't incompetent in my ability to represent myself in pro se pro per and battle with these individuals, I would, regardless of my status of my citizenship, I would find me a qualified mouthpiece to file motions on my behalf, or I would find somebody in the state
See,
national movement who has the ability to file
and
or assist you or use
and this is and
some
and this is where it gets
artificial
good.
intelligent law fucking
This is where it
sites.
gets good. So when you represent yourself, you get a private investigator. So when I have my private investigator,
What do you mean you
he
get one?
does.
The state pays for it?
Yes, sir. So they'll file all the documents. They will go see if I'm a real drug house or if I'm a religion. Because if a private investigator on my side shows that I'm a religion and not a dispensary or an illegal drug house, so, and then I also want a paralegal because you guys all have paralegals. Well, I'm gonna get a paralegal and I'm gonna build the courts. And regardless if it happens, it does, it doesn't. But this has just been an awesome journey. Not many people would say, you know what, I'm gonna wake up and wonder if the police are gonna have AR-15s at my head because of a plant from the earth. It's like that dude that has all those guns at him when he has a plant and a mushroom and he's in his meditation stage getting carried away by the police.
How
And
much
that's what
time
I
have you
do.
done, man? How much time have you had to do for these fucking stupid ass raids
I've
over
done
the
some
course?
time. I've done
How many years?
all my time together like over a couple years. But
Over 2 years?
with these charges when you're in there with these kind of charges, they seem like a lifetime. They
That's 2
seem
years
like
is long. 1 year is a long time, man. I mean,
yeah.
any amount of time is a long time. That's why I'm asking.
Well,
That's
I
why
can
I'm
look
kind
it
of.
up. I can look up the penalties for the charges that are on your case. I can look them up real quick and tell you
All right.
what your potential prison sentence would be. So let me look them up real quick. You guys,
And if
Yeah,
you're gonna, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm
yeah.
trying to tell anyone what to do, but if you're gonna go do all this fucking shit where you're like, oh, I'm gonna do all this shit, you might as well not fucking do any of this shit at all. Like, well, why the fuck would you fucking
I've already
like?
done
Because
it a
if
million.
you go soft sit, they're gonna gaslight the fuck out of you and convict you anyways.
Well, that's the difference. See, I got Declaration of Independence. That's when diplomatic immunity is supposed to
And I get all
come.
that, but that doesn't mean that. Okay, so you're preaching to the choir, man. I get that, man. I understand what you're saying, man. I'm just saying they don't care. I know sometimes they care, And every now and then they might be like, you know what, man, this motherfucker's right. We don't want to deal with him. But sometimes they're like, you know what? We don't give a fuck if he's right or not. Let's throw him in a cage, man. And you can't do fuck all about it. But like, but say, oh well, you know, man, I did my best. And that's just fucked up for me to watch. You know, like when I observe that, I I I think it sucks because I don't like to see people get damaged like that. And that's just fucked up for me to watch. You know, like when I observe that,
you got to turn your volume down on the phone,
because I don't like
Chris.
to see people get damaged like that. You know, I sound like that, man.
Yeah, what the fuck you think you sound like?
Yeah,
But here's the penalties for it. The Health and Safety Code, sections 11.366, makes it a crime to open or maintain a drug house. A drug house is defined as a place used for unlawfully selling, giving away, or using controlled substances. And a conviction carries a sentence of up to 1 year in jail if it's charged as a misdemeanor, but up to 3 years in custody as a felony.
That's not terrible.
3 years. And that's just one of them. And he's got 2 charges. Let me see what the other one is. The other one is.
I bet you they're going to try to fuck him and do like enhancements due to his record or whatever.
Oh, yeah. They'll get you on fucking habitual.
Yeah. Okay.
And that'll jack that 3 strikes law in California has been struck down, but they'll still nail you to the fucking wall.
Yeah.
355.
And you don't have to keep like arguing the fucking it's a pant and all that shit with me, man. Like I get it, man. I'm on your side. You know what I mean? I'm just letting you know, like they don't give a fuck. Like they don't care about all this fucking shit.
Oh yeah, their goal is to fucking put you in a cage. They gotta keep them beds full. Let me see for California. Let me pull it up for you guys. Here's
like I don't think anyone should get thrown into a cage or fucked with for having fucking anything.
Well, victimless nonviolent crime. So here's the California penalty 11.355 is the penalty for selling fake controlled substance under California Health and Safety Code can be severe. If charged as a misdemeanor, the offense is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail up to 1 year, fines of $1,000, and possible probation and community service. If charged as a penalty, your crime is punishable by imprisonment in jail for up to 3 years. The law treats the representation of a substance as an illegal drug as a serious criminal act, regardless of whether the substance is real or fake. Which I know a guy here in Michigan who was charged. He sold somebody some fucking fake cocaine, and they still charge him with selling fake cocaine. So it was the same penalty.
Sometimes you don't even have to do anything. You don't even have to do the crime you're charged with, and they'll still fucking charge and convict you.
Right. So both of those, what you're being charged with. Oh, excuse me, and they're charging you with 11.359 as well, I think. So let me see what 11.359 is. So right now, currently, that's 2 years or 3 years and 3 years if you get convicted of the felony, and that could be enhanced or be the maximum depending on your sentencing guidelines because you have a history. And they'll fucking nail you to the wall as soon as they get a chance. They're gonna bend you over and stick their demon dick in your butt.
Fuck it, let the good times roll.
No, that's not. I can't see people. I can't stand to see people in this state, man, because it's not because God. If they throw you in the cage, it's not because God wanted it.
No, it's because the devil took over.
Like it's not because that's what was meant to be. It's because you allow him to, man. We, really, like when we get thrown in cages, because we allow them to.
Yeah, we the people.
What I mean?
So here's this one, 11.359B. It's under California Health and Safety Code, 11.359. Possessing the marijuana with intent to sell it without a license is considered a misdemeanor. The penalties include up to 6 months in the county jail or a fine of $500 or both. If the possession involves the sale to minors, it can escalate to a felony, potentially resulting in 16 months to 3 years in jail, maximum fine. Individuals with prior convictions may face harsher penalties, and that would be under the habitual status. So,
because from what I've gathered, Chris, you're basically gonna go and deal with this, doing the quote unquote, I'm a free man of the land kind of stuff, you know, and your shit doesn't, you know, like it's a plant, and you're gonna do that argument, right? Hoping that they're gonna agree with you, right?
He's looking on his phone.
I wonder if he can hear me. I knew he was having a hard time hearing me. Need some headphones, man.
They took all of his shit.
They took all his shit.
They took his electronics.
Headphones?
No, they took his headphones, but they took his devices.
Oh my god! What?
They robbed him, man.
Yeah,
that's what they do. Is they rob you.
Right, and I just don't want to see him like now. He's going through the process of know getting damaged even more. You know what I mean?
I think is here. Let me put him on here and remove this one. There you go. Can you hear us now, Chris? You're on your phone. I think he's having technical difficulties. We can't hear you.
No, he's muted. That's all.
There you go.
Me?
Yeah, can hear you now.
But yeah, you guys, that's it's nothing I can do. All we can do is just look for the outcome and hope for the best, man.
Well, that's just in theory, man. I'm trying to get a couple of points across, man, and it might or might not land, but that's all in theory. It is like you can't just, if you're gonna put effort into it, like put the effort into it. You can't just be like, well, if it doesn't, if you don't get the results, then whatever. Because if that's the case, then fuck it, man. Like, why put the effort at all?
Put the effort. I just risked my life and sat there, waited for them, knowing they were gonna come. I'm doing what I'm doing, bro. I'm living. I'm walking it.
Let me rephrase that. I didn't mean to phrase it that way.
I mean, I'm going to court, and
that's
who
what
knows?
Who
knows really what's going to happen? All I can say is I gave it the best I can, man. That's all. You know what? Regardless of the outcome, I went in this with the best that I could. Okay.
Right, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not questioning your efforts. I just phrased it wrong.
And do I have control of this? No, man. I don't. I wish I did. But
well, you actually do. You do have control over. You have more than you realize.
Right.
You are in control of your own destiny. You can't let them dictate to you what's going to roll and what's not going to roll. You have to step up and do whatever it's necessary. Whether you file the proper paperwork you can't just let them. You have to file motions, because after your arraignment, which is on the 13th. Your arraignment, you're going to have a window of time to file dispositive motions or dispositions, which is going to be you saying that, hey, Your Honor, this, or the prosecutor, you're going to present it to the prosecutor, and you're going to say, show me the case law where you have jurisdiction over me. If you want to go jurisdiction, you're going to have the case law to show me where's the victim, where's the crime. You're going to have to approach it however you need, and if you need to find somebody to present this argument for you, that's what you need to do, whether it's a court appointed attorney or whether it's Paul Unslaved helping you, or you hooking up with an artificial intelligence legal app so you can have it, but don't trust that information. You have to research the case law that it will provide to you. So you have to figure out which avenue that you're going to address this. Are you going to address it that they don't have any jurisdiction over your personam,
well, it's up to them
your body.
Well, it's up to them to prove that the charges are for a drug house. And
I understand that the burden of proof is upon them, but they're gonna. If you don't respond to their burden of proof, then the judge is going to rule in their favor, and then the judge is going to say, well, they proved it, and now we're going to bind you over, and you're after a preliminary examination.
We're known as a religious establishment. Now it's documented. Now it's just opinion and personal vendettas.
Well, then you have to bring that argument that your religious belief, you're exempt from any criminal penalties because it's part of your religious sacrament. You have to bring this argument to them, or else you're going to be dealing with a bunch of people who don't give a fuck about your religious argument.
Well, I also have, the 1993 Freedom Restoration Act backed by the 2006 Supreme Court ruling that says as long as you document, declare, practice, and believe, it separates sacrament from contraband. And then you got the 2023 of April backed up again. And then you got the 2000 RLUIPA Act where it says you're not allowed to discriminate against one's religion. And so if you
that's
guys
what
want
you have to put
and if you
into
got
the
Grok,
argument. You have
and
to
if you
put
got
that.
Grok, you can Google Christopher
Grok aside.
Well, just like,
you have to put those arguments of the what you just quoted. You have to put those arguments into
those are already in the Supreme
your
Court.
response.
All this
You have to
is
bring that.
documented.
You have to bring that information to the prosecutor and say that you have no legal standing to prosecute me under these criminal sections 11.5, 366, and 359 or whatnot, because they don't apply to this particular establishment, because you raided a church, and this church. This is the argument that you have to present, bro. You can't just let them do what they're doing. You have to put it in an argument. You have to argue and to make them prove that they could charge you with these crimes when you are the representative. You're the minister of the church. You're the pastor. You need to argue this fact with the system, because they're just going to roll over you if you just let it go.
And this is where I disagree with a lot of people. I think what Lee says is great and all, but that's assuming it's a legit system. We all know. I mean, we're laughing, but we all know it's not legit, man. So, but we keep forgetting about. We're trying to argue with a system that's not legit, and I think we keep forgetting that, which is.
Well, he was just saying. Hold on, Chris. He was when you went out of scene there. I don't know if you could still hear us on your headphones, but he was quoting all of these acts or these,
I heard
these
that,
provisions,
that's
right?
Right. And if it was legitimate, he wouldn't have to fucking quote it at all. None of this shit's legitimate. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
like, if it was legitimate, he shouldn't have he shouldn't have to fucking bring it up to say, hey man, this says it's not legitimate.
Well, I agree with you, but that's
what I'm trying.
This is what the courts do, is that they provide.
I get that. So the point I was trying to drill home with Chris was like, man, if you're gonna spend your time and effort dealing with these people at all, like, I mean, at least realize that they're not legitimate and expect that you're not gonna get any sort of fair treatment, and they're gonna throw you in the cage, man, if you fucking try to say anything that's fucking truth.
Well, you have to go with the information that you have. If it's legitimate information,
but now you're just arguing with them, man. Like the fact that you have to argue, no, we're all saying the same thing. I'm just saying, if he's gonna waste his time fucking dealing with these people for the next 3 or 4 years, he might be better off putting his energy somewhere else, man. Shit, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not in total disagreement, but you're gonna have to present the best argument possible.
If he chooses to deal with them at all. Well, I mean, if he chooses to fucking give them his energy, right? Like, he's got a choice. He doesn't have to give them his energy.
Well, where else is he gonna?
That's where the rubber meets the road, right? We're all free men of the land, right? In a sense, like, I mean, what are we gonna do? I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road, man. A lot of people talk all this shit, right? But this is where it's at. Like, what are you gonna do, man?
Here's an opportunity to squeal them tires where that rubber on the road, burn out.
I mean, what are you gonna do, man? You gonna let these people fuck with you, and and if you fuck with them back, if you fuck with them back, they're gonna throw you in a cage. Like, I mean, we all concede that already, because we know the system's not legit, right? Like, you can't go in there and call them, hey, all you motherfuckers are Freemasons, pieces of shit. They're gonna throw you in the cage, right?
Well, if you.
Well, I mean, that's what you're basically saying by saying, oh, well, I'm a religious establishment and this shit don't apply to me. Like, you're saying the same shit, just in their way, in a sense. And you're playing their game, in a sense.
Well, yeah, when you're in their ballpark, you're gonna. Oh shit! What did I do?
I think you might
there. I just.
Oh, nothing. I don't think you did anything.
I pushed the wrong button. So yeah, when you're in their ball field, you're gonna have to play by their rules, and their rules. What up, cammed up caveman? Cammed up caveman in the house. But yeah, you gotta play by their rules. And their rules are pretty one-sided. Their rules.
It's not even that. The whole thing's fucking rigged. Even if you follow their rule, their jury pool is rigged. Like, I mean, it's fucking rigged at every fucking step of the way. It's not even a legitimate. I mean, it's not even fair.
Brandon Mitchell, what's up, Brandon Mitchell? Yeah,
I mean, unless I'm wrong, you guys tell me. You guys have experience with them. Yeah, I mean, Lee, you've had experience with them. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've had experience with them.
Well, my experience with them is that you have to present your arguments, and you have to you have to make the burden of proof is on them that you were doing what they're accusing you of doing.
Right. And if you're on point and you're a big pain in the ass enough, they'll let you go, but it doesn't mean they'll let the next guy go.
Well, yeah, you gotta have a viable, legitimate argument.
I mean, so fuck, man. So everyone has to be fucking on point, you know? Like at that point, they're just gonna fucking say, "Fuck all y'all motherfuckers, man. We throwing all y'all in cages. We don't care how many of y'all are on point." I mean,
that's a possibility, you know. So
but
that's what I mean
how
by
is that? How is that?
a,
You know, I'm just pointing out the ridiculous nature of what we're trying to say. You know, oh, you have to be on point and you have to learn their shit and you have to play by their rules, and if you do all this shit perfect, they might fucking spare you just because you're annoying and a pain in the ass, not because not because they're fucking wrong.
Well, you stand on your principles and you don't give in, and you're like, hey. First of all, it's your constitutional right to face your accuser in a court of law, and the state can't be a victim. The society.
Well, it doesn't matter. They can still probate you through the entire fucking thing. Like they don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, they'll get their penny for their pound for sure.
I mean, they can just pretend like you didn't say fuck all and say, you know what, we're just gonna throw you in a cage, motherfucker.
Yeah, they can pretty much.
Yeah, this hearing never existed. Yeah, none of this shit ever existed. Why don't you go sit in a cage for a month? You know what I mean?
I've been there and I've done that. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it as a matter of joking. I'm saying it as a matter of fact. I mean, I know anyone who's been through the system knows that shit.
I'm not laughing because it's a joke. I'm laughing because it's true.
Yeah, that shit is very true. So, yeah, who's gonna take care of your fluffy dog, man? If they throw you in the cage, man.
Jennifer.
Oh, all right. You got a backup plan. He's good. He's got someone on the outside to put money on his books. He's good.
Well, maybe it's not her. I don't know. I could be wrong. You're muted, bro.
Yeah, she was in the military. Very cool chick.
I can't believe you're just gonna go to jail willy nilly if they throw you in jail, man. That's just crazy to me.
I don't think of it that way. You know?
How else can you justify it, man? You can't possibly justify it to me as some kind of divine act by a higher power. That's just crazy.
I know it is. It is.
I don't believe it's a act by our Heavenly Father, because our Heavenly Father is not the one who is allowing it to happen. The demonic forces of the beast system are the ones that are fucking pushing these victimless, nonviolent acts. Is it even? It's all free will. We all have the right to choose what we do and we put into our own bodies. Just like they gave you the right to fucking poison yourself and said you got to do this, and they tricked people into poisoning themselves back 5 years ago. I can put whatever I want into my body. It's none of your fucking business. I can share whatever I want with anybody. It's none of your fucking business until somebody says, Chris Rasta put a gun to my head and he made me eat this chocolate bar that had mushrooms in it, and I didn't want to. Then there's no fucking crime.
So you're gonna go there and you're gonna plead not guilty when they tell you, or when they ask you, how do you plead?
Oh, well, I'm not an animal. I don't plead to anything.
We don't deal with that soft stuff here, sir. We need to plead. What do you want to plead?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to ask for jurisdiction.
I mean, you're standing here.
You don't ask for jurisdiction. You tell them they don't.
Well, whatever the case, sir. You're standing here. I mean, we have jurisdiction. What do you plead? Let's get this over with. We don't have time. We got like 3 other people behind you. You're really holding up the court's time.
Let's. I don't want to. I don't want to give up any of my rights. If we have to move it to a speedy trial, we move it to a speedy trial. We take it from wherever, but I'm not going to waive any of my rights.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to waive any rights, sir. We're going to be reasonable. Today's not for trial. We're just simply asking if you want to plead guilty or not. I mean, can you just hurry up so we can get this over with?
We got Judge Bow on the stand today, on the bench. Yeah, Judge Bow's on the bench.
Let's just set a date for trial. I don't want to waive any time.
Well, so if you want to hurry up and plead, we can set as many dates as you want.
We can set up a bench trial for tomorrow if you like.
Yeah, shit, we can set up a mock trial right now. Yeah.
No, a bench trial.
So you're just willy nilly going to go to trial? Yeah,
Like,
boom.
I already
All
did.
right, well, fucking see you next month. Let's go. Like that's you're gonna be okay with that?
Yeah, because then I'm gonna ask for a private investigator on my behalf from the courts. I've already done it, and they give me a private investigator, and we work it, man. To me, this is
So that's where your energy is gonna go.
Every night I watch freaking the old school like lawyer shows and stuff, you know, like Matlock and stuff. I just study, man.
The gotcha guy. The gotcha guy.
Damn, they're probably gonna just. I mean, if they hate you enough, they're probably just gonna.
Well, I hope that you're not
you through this whole
basing
thing.
your
You're gonna agree to do all this
on
shit.
Matlock.
You're gonna be the best goddamn customer. You're just gonna agree to all this shit, man.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to. That's Matlock is a television show, but you know,
I remember Matlock.
I
remember Matlock. Andy Griffin, right?
Yeah, Andy Griffin.
Yeah, I'm old enough, man.
Nice.
You're giving away your age, Bob.
I mean, I remember Matlock.
I'll keep you guys posted. I was gonna get off like an hour or two ago. But
no, it's all good, man. We didn't mean to hang you up.
He was going to jump in the rain box, man. They call it the rain box in prison. He was going to jump in the rain box.
The rain box, boy. Yes, sir. But you know, good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. That was nice talking to you.
You too, brother. And just keep me sending me positive energy, man. You know what I'm going through. Just try to send me some good energy. You know.
I am, man. I'm trying to give you the gospel right now, man. But it's not being. I don't think you're really trying to hear me, man.
Because I'm gonna win.
There's no winning, man. There's no winning with these people, man.
What I think that you need to do is to make sure that you present your defense more than wait till they, you know, you have to draw first blood. When it comes to the next stage after your arraignment, it's up to you as a pro se attorney. Like if you had an attorney, your attorney would immediately file a motion to dismiss under these grounds. The grounds that you need to file the motion to dismiss would be that you quoted all of the, you know, your religious, you know, exemptions and whatnot, and you put it into an argument and say that they don't have the authority to charge you under, you know, this statute because it's exempt and this is what you're going to have to do.
Well, that's already in my appeals too, so it's already documented by their state appointed attorney. All those. So
you need to take those documents and you need to break them down and decipher them and formulate your own. You need to strike blood first. You need to file a motion to dismiss. That's your first. That's the first thing you need to do, bro. I'm telling you, I could be a criminal attorney. You know, so not a good one, but I could be a criminal attorney. I'm my own criminal attorney.
Well, you got my number. Text me and keep me posted, and then call me or text me even before or after court, and I'll let you know what's going on. All right, man.
All right,
keep in mind if you listen to anyone on the internet, you might get thrown into a cage for that shit.
Don't listen to Bad Apple Media because he's just a fucking jailhouse attorney, bro.
If you listen to us, man, you're gonna be in a cage for sure.
But you need make sure that you record your fucking hearings, man, because they're clearly not giving you documentation from prior, you know, occurrences. So you need to keep a document over, even if it's just you taking your phone in there and not telling them what's up, and then you hitting fucking record and you recording the audio in there. That's all you need to do, even if that's the minimum.
They're gonna throw you in the cage for that shit for sure.
No, they can't do that. Trust me. They can.
I had these pins.
Oh, they can.
That were. I had these.
I know they can.
Oh, they can do.
But once you go into the jail or once you go into the courthouse, there's a blocker, so it cuts it automatically off. So it cuts the recording off.
Well, I always run a pen audio no matter what. Anytime I deal with them, I always run pen audio. That way I have the audio
Amazon,
with it.
A pen audio on Amazon. It's
or anything sneaky, man. I don't care about the video much, but I make sure I get the audio just in case something weird happens, and something weird always happens.
Well, first of all, you could file for media coverage. You could say, you know, that your case is of public interest.
Nah, just secretly.
I could file a fucking a media request with your judge and say that I want to record the fucking hearing because it's a matter of public interest, and I'm media. And would they deny me? Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, they're gonna.
No, I just went. Sure. I just became. I was the media coverage for Welcome to This World's fucking shit, where he pepper sprayed the dude outside the meat market, and I recorded his preliminary exam. And he stole my shit.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, so trust me, I know the fucking rules. You can do it. So
hey, bro, do you got a channel? Do you have a channel?
Yeah, me?
Bao?
Yeah. Clash with Bao.
Can you text it to me, Bad Apple?
I can, but he's got another channel too.
Oh yeah, I manage a secondary channel as well. That's my sock account because I got my first
a hangout channel where people go and hang out
Smurf watch
and have good times and
I do it on both channels.
Videos. But yeah, I'll send you his Clash with Bao.
I get into the court shit, man. I like seeing the status condition and you know its full effect.
He goes to hearings, you know, the chick that was charged in Boston area for killing a cop in the car, what was her name? Karen, what was her name?
Reed. Yo, can I show you my soft sit moment? Chris?
Yeah, show
let me show you my soft sit moment. Hold on, let me pull it up. I went straight up.
Let me speak to your manager.
Yeah, I went straight up soft sit on this fucking this fucking cross dresser. Hang on.
You gotta show him the let me speak to your manager one.
Did I do that one?
That was classic. Yeah, when you guys were in the neighborhood and the
I was pissed. I was so pissed. My God, that motherfucker woke me up. All right, check this out. Check this out. Can I hold on? How do I share my? Hold on. I gotta share.
Put it in the backstage.
Hold on, I gotta share it real quick. Hang on.
Put it in the backstage and I'll share it. Oh yeah, you can share your screen.
I gotta share. Let's see.
I'll put you on full screen.
This was their fourth attempt at arraigning me, man. They try to press me with a felony. Can you see this, Chris?
Yeah.
Y'all let me know if y'all can hear it.
To look at the arrest affidavit.
I can hear it.
And let all these people run out of here?
Can y'all hear it?
Your behavior is preventing me.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
your behavior is
That's me right there. Look how short my hair is.
Hearing. You said you said I can make progress today. You said I can have a fair and meaningful hearing. How is it fair for everybody to run out of here after you dragged me down here 1,400 miles? Huh? How is that fair? This guy doesn't even want to be here. Look at how ashamed he is of himself.
Let's point at the prosecutor.
You're giving him shit, bro.
Oh yeah, I give him hell every time.
Along with the judge. Let the record reflect she's running out of here right now. You have a good day, man.
Let the record reflect. She's running out. The judge abandoned ship, bro.
You guys are dismissed.
Peace out. Let's get this. Let's do this shit.
Go on.
Congratulations, Mo. The judge abandoned ship.
Yeah,
Look at the
this,
bailiff.
man. I'm not
Look
just
at the
talking
bailiff.
shit, man. I get into this shit, man.
Nice, bro. That's cool.
The judge abandoned ship, dude.
Let's
You
go.
know all
Let's get
about
this.
that.
Let's
The
do
judge
this, man.
abandoned ship.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, bro. You fucking kicked their fucking ass.
You know what I'm saying?
Good shit, bro.
Bao's been around a long time, Chris. He knows what's up.
Hey man, I just wanted to bring something positive, man, and like I said, I enjoy hearing this court stuff, man. So
thanks, brother.
all right, y'all enjoy y'all's evening, man. I thanks for having me on, Lee.
Hey, no problem, Bao. Thanks for swinging by, brother. We'll talk soon.
Hell yeah, peace
You
out.
know, hey, you coming to Toledo soon? You're gonna get that dinner. Let me know.
Man, I'm gonna get up there, man. I want to get up there and see Wolverine and Broken System and Broken Trust and all y'all.
Oh, I like Broken System. We'll go hook up. And
yeah.
Wolverine, he's kind of a dick.
I like that area up there, man. It's a cool area.
Yeah, well, I'll go with you to meet Wolverine. There ain't no beef.
All right, we'll hang out. I get the log hours. We'll do some IRL streaming.
All right, we'll do that.
Maybe we can curse some cops out, man. Call them pigs.
Fucking jackboot thug motherfuckers.
Yeah, we'll call them piggers.
we'll call them. We'll get the squeaky pig and whatever.
I can't believe you've never seen that clip, Lee.
I might have. I don't think I did see that one.
They try to trick me into doing a felony for so long, man. I was like, no, man, I didn't do no goddamn felony, man. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Which one was that? What city was that in?
San Antonio.
South Carolina? Oh, San Antonio, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That wasn't with Jack fucking Miller shit, was it?
No, it was Leon Valley. Jack did get arrested there.
Okay, that's what I thought. I do remember. It's been a while.
They arrested everyone. They pressed me and Freeman with felonies.
How much did you get out of that?
Fucking nothing.
Once they finally settled.
Fucking
nothing.
I thought
there was a settlement. There was like $90,000 or some shit.
So I wasn't part of the lawsuit, and the settlement was, I don't know the exact total amount, but the person that got the most was Tuck Suck because they tased them and fucked them up. You remember when they tased them and beat them up?
Yeah.
He got
I vaguely remember it, but
yeah. Some people got a few $1,000 for getting their phone taken. I didn't get anything. And now I got long hair and live out of a van, man. I'm gonna go sleep in my van now down by my river. I'll talk to you later, Lee. Enjoy your
damn hippie. All right, man. Later on, Bob. See you, bro.
Peace out.
Peace.
Yep.
See you. So, anyways, that was Bao Win. I think Bao Win's funny. He make me laugh. He make me laugh long time. So yeah, that's I brought myself up on camera, which I haven't done in a while. So this is what I look like. I cammed up. Yeah. So see, you can come up here sometime, anytime you like to, Cammed Up Caveman, or Brandon Mitchell. You can come up here. See, everybody thinks that I'm some fucking unhinged, crazy, lunatic motherfucker, dangerous, man. I'm a normal guy. But when you fuck with me and you play games with me and you run your mouth about me, you're going to get a fucking asshole. And I always say, please don't be an asshole to me, because then I'm going to have to be an asshole to you. And I can guarantee you that I'm a bigger asshole than you'll ever fucking be. So choose your battles wisely. That's what my motto is. No, my motto is what? Don't start no shit. Won't be no shit. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's 3 hour and 45-minute fucking stream. Another one. I got to go to work tomorrow. Damn it. Oh, son of a bitch. It's 1 a.m. I thought to myself, I'll do a couple hours stream max. I could be off here by 11. I didn't think Chris Rasta was going to show up and pop up on panel. So I guess what I can do is I can say thanks to Chris Rasta for manning up and coming up here and having a conversation with me and resolving our differences. And I can also say, Snafu Snaps, you're a fucking pussy. You see, people, real men, discuss their issues. They don't go to the police and ask Big Daddy to save them. Big Daddy, can you save me from the big bad wolf Apple who's going to huff and puff and blow my house down? Oh, you guys want to support that fucking loser. You won't fucking... You do whatever you got to do. But you want to support some fucking scumbag who runs around calling all you guys fucking pedo pogos and spouting off all of his nonsense fucking nonstop. You do whatever you got to do. You do whatever you feel is necessary. But you can take it to the bank that I will not tolerate that shit. Not from Snafu Snaps, not from Powdered Dusty, not from you, Woosie. I won't take shit from any of you motherfuckers. I don't care who you are. I don't take shit from the fucking government. I don't kiss the government's ass. I sure as hell ain't gonna kiss your asses. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I hope so. Because I don't lie. And I'm the realest motherfucker on the internet. My opinion, of course. Well, wait. Bao's pretty fucking real. Bao. I bow to Bao. I bow down to Bao Win. And the rest of you guys out here that run your mouth about me, all I can tell you is go get you a big bag of dick and start munching on it. because I don't give a fuck. How's that? So, anywho, back to my avatar. Anybody got any fucking shit to say? Anybody got any comments? What'd you say, KMW? You was at a trial all day for Aaron Smith Levine from Growing Up Scientology. Bao restreams him sometimes. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm just a guy with a computer. I'm just a guy who defends myself from unjustified charges from you wackadoodle sons of bitches on the internet. That's all I do is I just mind my own business. Oh, he's a guy who escaped Scientology? So what's he on trial for? Did he have to shoot him, stab somebody, beat somebody up to get out the door? What? What happened? What happened? What happened was I don't understand how a guy who escaped Scientology could be on trial. What did he do? Now he helps others who've escaped. Okay, that's good. So why is he on trial? What did he do? Is he being charged with a crime, or is it a civil trial? Or charged with crimes? What has he done? Anybody want to come up here and tell me real quick? There's the link. I just released the video of the incident he was charged with. God damn it, cammed up caveman. Gonna make me go to your fucking channel and pull it up the video. It better not be some long ass video, god damn it. It better not be some long ass video. Video, huh? Not, oh, okay, here we go. All right, so is this going to have the incident? Is this video that you just uploaded 4 hours ago? Is this going to have the actual incident of what he did to be charged? Hopefully. All right, hold on here. Let me share the video. You can play it if you want. He threw chalk on someone and got a battery. Oh my God, he threw chalk on somebody? No, he didn't. Oh my God. Did he put their eyes out? Did they choke on the powder and die? All right, let me put my earbud back in now. I was looking forward to getting a lot of Z's in here, but I guess I could miss 5 more minutes of Z's. So let me make sure that I got it up on screen. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Cammed Up Caveman video in 3, 2, 1. Trial ends with not guilty.
So when they come out that door, though, you got to keep it on me. Okay. Preferably wide enough that you can get me and whoever's closest to me in the same shot.
So is he vandalizing property? Is he vandalizing this property? I wonder if they ever put those clippers on his balls and shocked him. Or on his nipples or something. They threw water at him first. Okay.
You see him? Here we go. Let's get ready to party, baby. Let's
get ready to party. They're bringing water out. Those little retards.
Jamie, let's get ready to party, baby. Come on, bring it. Bring it. Bring it. Oh, it's just gonna hit our water barrier, you losers. Yeah. Here you go.
I got everybody in it, by the way.
Yeah. Come on, bring it back.
Back that up.
Come on, hit our water barrier, you losers. Yeah. Here you go.
So this is where you were saying that they threw water on him and he put chalk through that blue chalk on him? That's what they're charging him for? Why did he throw chalk on him? Because they dumped water on him? Or on his feet?
I got everybody in it, by the way.
Yeah. Come on, bring it back. Come on back, baby. What? Did you want some more? Come on, we can play. Did you want some more, buddy? Come on, let's go. We can play. We can play. Let's go. Come on, we can play.
Who's he with? Who's talking? Who's recording?
Look how great the water barriers are working. Show.
Oh, that was good. It didn't touch the word at all.
Yeah.
Look at that. Literally just the end of that tape.
So why is he there doing what he's doing? What
It's okay, don't
purpose
worry.
does it serve? Kind of seems like he's antagonizing them. I don't know.
I got everybody in the shot, including you, by the way.
Let them
Good.
believe whatever they
So
want.
here's
I
what I was
guess.
saying earlier is, when Eyes on the State told the police on Friday, hey, don't you think this big giant thing they've constructed on public property is a public danger? Someone could slip, someone could fall, someone could trip. The police officer said, well, I guess you shouldn't go over there then. So if we're out here with powdered chalk and holly powder and we're getting dirty and they're going to come out to where we're doing chalk art, it's kind of like, maybe don't go over to the public property where the protesters are throwing around powdered chalk. Right. It's the same principle, yeah.
So how is this on public property? How's this on public property? It just doesn't. I don't know. Okay.
And also, all the chalk washes off in the wash anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I being arrested? Am I being arrested? You're being detained right now. I'm going to show you this video if you want to provide a first Miranda statement as far as the criminal investigation. No, I'm actually just asking. Okay.
This is the same stuff, and there's no warnings. Uh-oh, hold on.
This is what when you're throwing the water to the side, you walk into the back of the water, and then you throw your chalk away. So, as of right now, yes, you are. I'm being arrested right now.
Okay.
Can you guys just give us some space, please? You guys
Do you have headers again?
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't have headers.
I don't know why this fucking guy's got to put his hand on him. This is all for a psychological manipulation of control where he's getting a boner for putting his hands on this guy. This was stupid.
Is he going to need bail?
Well,
am I going to be in jail overnight?
I don't know all of the details and all of that, but
I have bail money.
I remember when
No, we'll get you out.
the solo fisherman, the armed fisherman, solo yacker or whatever. All right, well, this kind of reminds me of the window shopping kind of stuff. I'm not saying anybody was right or wrong. They're both kind of doing dumb shit. They're a little childish, if you ask me. If he's going to help people, you probably should have guessed that this is going to be my opinion. If he's going to help people escape Scientology, that's okay, great, do that. But why do you need to be outside of Scientology headquarters or whatever it is and somewhat antagonizing to a degree, even though you're on public property? It is no different than them. Why did they idiots have to come out with water? Leave it alone. It rains at fucking 3 o'clock every day in Florida. So it's just, to me, I would have better things to do with my day than to go and do that. Good thing that he was found not guilty, because it was kind of stupid and nonsensical on both sides of it. So, anyways, I remember when Solo Yacker was down. It's probably the same one. It's across the street from the courthouse or something. Maybe a different place. I don't know. But I said to Solo Yacker, not to him, but I mentioned what he was doing. I'm like, what are the a First Amendment auditor is giving somebody shit that he doesn't agree with, who is exercising their First Amendment right to, freedom of religion. I don't know. It's just it's like, I know this guy, like, not an auditor, but when Solo Yacker was attacking them and making fun of them and saying stuff and yelling and screaming at him, I'm like, how the hell can a First Amendment auditor be against, even the Church of Scientology, no matter whether it's a cult or whatnot, it's their First Amendment right to practice whatever they want. It's none of my business. So I don't know. I just find some of this stuff is just a little silly. It's a little nonsensical. It's a waste of time to a degree. No offense to you, caveman, but really, what purpose did it serve? Where, did it change anything? This guy back in the day, this individual that I know, who's very capable of whooping 10 guys' ass at one time, was downtown Detroit at a tough man contest, just enjoying a night out, and he was dressed in a white suit. Back in the 80s, it was kind of the thing to do, is white suits and turquoise suits, and it was the Miami Vice kind of era. so somebody spilt a drink on a red cranberry drink or something, a red mixed drink on his suit, and I said to him, when I was told what happened, and he's like, my motherfucker spilt a red drink all of my shit and ruined my white suit. And I said to him, well, did you kick his ass? Just as a response. And he looked at me all seriously and he said, no. If I would have kicked his ass, what would it have changed? I still would have had a red fucking suit. So I said, touche. So yeah, kind of like John Travolta. And so I'm like, okay, well, I guess touche. No matter what you done, it wouldn't have changed the fact that you had a spilt red drink that stained your white suit. So yeah, I thought he was going to be found guilty because he went towards the guy throwing the water. If I didn't know that he wasn't guilty, I would have said he was probably going to be found guilty too. But you gave the spoiler alert away before. You should have put the not found guilty part at the end of the video. And I wouldn't have known. But nonetheless, yeah. I guess people can do whatever they want. It's free country. You can take the chances, roll the dice, and maybe Big Daddy will let you slide, or Big Daddy will cuff you and stuff you and prosecute you because you threw some chalk on somebody. You could have blinded them for life. Oh, funny. Blue chalk. Let me tell you a quick story, and then I'll get out of here. I was at a concert here in Detroit area at an outdoor venue, and it was Marilyn Manson was opening up for Slipknot. And it was still daylight out, summertime, so it doesn't get dark until like 9:30 or whatever it was. And Marilyn Manson was on the stage doing his thing, and he had a bunch of little sandwich baggies filled with powder, like chalk, on the drum riser. And I didn't recognize that he had them on the drum riser, but I'm standing there, me and my boys, and we're, it wasn't really crowded because it was still early in the evening, and the show was, whatever. So we were down in the pit area, and it was, some spaces between everybody. And the next thing you know, I catch out of the corner of my eye something zinging through the air, and this baggie with blue powder hit the dude in the shoulder, and it exploded. And he was wearing no shirt, and he was sweaty, so he turned into a blue Smurf for the most part. and he looked over at me, and he's like, "Who the fuck did that?" And I realized that it was Marilyn Manson. And I said, "Marilyn." And he said, "No, the fuck it wasn't Marilyn. Who the fuck did it?" And he was getting all tough. And I said, "Shut the fuck up, dude." I go, and then I realized that, when it happened, I realized that, Marilyn had grabbed it and he whipped it over his head. And I said, "Dude, take a look up at the stage. Look at all the little baggies that are lined up on the drum riser. And you can see that the baggies are filled with powder." And then he's like, he looks and he's like, "Oh, that motherfucker." and there was still a good portion of the powder left in the bag, like half of the bag. It was like a sandwich baggie, and it still had half of it. And I said, "Throw it back at him." And he said, "Good idea." He picked the baggie up and he whipped it at Marilyn Manson, and it literally missed his face by 2 inches, and it must have brushed his hair as it went by. And he wasn't paying attention, and he was looking down. And then when it went by, he lifted his head up real quick, and he turned around, and he seen that the blue powder had hit the stage, and it exploded. And then he was all upset, and he was looking at, like whatever, like who threw that at me? And the dude was flipping him off, going, "Fuck you, asshole." And that night, Marilyn Manson almost threw me out of the fucking concert because he thought I was trying to steal his brass knuckle microphone handle or whatever the hell it was. He's like, "You're out of here." And I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck did I do?" I said, "Oh, I got no beef with you, man. I love you, bro." And he looked at me all funny. And well, first I looked at the security guard that was standing next to him because he came off of the stage and he was between the stage and the little barriers. And I was right there. And I put my hand in the air and I high-fived him, and then he grabbed my hand, and his fingers were interlocked with my fingers. And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I was trying to pull my hand back, and he wouldn't let go. And then finally I pulled hard enough where he had to let go because I would have pulled him over the fucking railing. And that's when he told me, "You're fucking out of here." And I was like, "What the fuck did I do?" And I looked at the security guard that was standing next to him, and I mouthed to him, "What the fuck did I do?" And he looked at me and was like, "I don't know." And then I was like, "What the fuck, dick?" And then I told him, "Hey, well, I got no beef with you, bro. I love you, Marilyn." And he was like, "All right, you can stay." And then he went back up on the stage, and he was singing "Beautiful People" as his one of his encore tunes. And my buddies were like, "I think Marilyn Manson wants to fucking take you backstage and fuck you, bro." And I was like, "Fuck off, you assholes." And then he was on stage, and he wouldn't take his eyes off of me. I swear to God, he was pacing back and forth on the stage, and his eyes were right on me. As he walked by, his head turned, and his eyes were locked in mine. And I was like, "Oh, this is kind of creepy." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then he would turn around real fast, like he pivoted, and he would turn the other way. And his head, like he was looking right, and then his head was looking left, and he was still looking at me. He did it like, one long fucking walk, and he turned around, and then like a bunch of steps into that walk, I was like, "Wait, this dude's fucking creeping me out, man." I look at my buddies, and I'm like, "Why the fuck's he staring?" And that's when I said, "Why the fuck's he staring at me?" And that's when they were like, "I think he wants to take you backstage and fuck you, man." And I was like, "Fuck you, assholes." So then I was like, "All right, I'm not going to look at him no more." And so I started looking at the guitar player, like, distracting myself and not paying attention to him. And I'm thinking, okay, well, he finally got the hint that I'm not looking at him no more, and he can look elsewhere and whatever. So then I look back at him, and he's still staring at me. And I'm like, yeah, maybe my buddies are right. Maybe he does want to take me backstage and blow me or something. And I'm like, this fucking guy's a creep. so yeah. then I'm like, all right, guys, I'm out of here. And I left to go get a fucking beer. And then, yeah, there's more to that night. It was fun. So Marilyn Manson almost threw me out, and then he said I could stay, and then he was eyeballing me like he was undressing me in the crowd. Yeah, that was my encounter with Marilyn Creep Manson. Oh, and that was a good night, man. I was moshing in the Slipknot pit, and the guitar player threw me a bottle of water and a pick. And I was like, hey, man. I was like, I gave him a hand signal. I'm like, hey, can I get a guitar pick? And he was like, yeah. And he nodded at me while he was playing the song. And then after the song was over, he looked at me and he held the pick up and he was like, you want it? And I was like, yeah. So he slung it at me. And it fucking went like, it hit me in the chest. And when it hit, I didn't catch it and it bounced off. And then the people that were standing next to me, they seen it. And then they started trying to scounge for it. And I was like, fuck you. I shoved the dude out. I said, that motherfucking pick is mine, bro. I shoved him out of the fucking way. The guitar player, the one that has the cage on his face with the long curly hair, that dude is the one who slung the guitar pick at me. And so then him and his old lady, the dude in front of me, they tried getting the pick, and I pushed them both out of the way, and I said, fuck you, bro. That pick is mine. And I ended up picking it up off the floor, and I still got it. It's over here in a box somewhere. But yeah, good times. And then after that, the dude threw me a bottle of water because I was sweating my ass off. It was hot, summertime. I was dripping with sweat. And then the guitar player slung the pick at me. He had a bottle of water at his feet, and I pointed at it, and I said, hey, hey, hook me up with that bottle of water. And then he grabbed it, he opened it up, he poured a little bit over his head, took a swig of it, put the cap back on it, and he threw it at me, and I caught it. He didn't drink off of the bottle. He just opened it up, poured it on his head, held it up to his face, and dumped some into his mouth real quick, and then he threw the bottle at me, and I got to drink the fucking rest of it, which was probably a half to 3/4 full. And after he seen me fucking moshing, he gave me thumbs up. Because I was like the oldest motherfucker. This was only like 4 or 5 years ago. I was the oldest motherfucker moshing. And he was like, he gave me the thumbs up and was nodding at me like, fuck yeah, dude. And then Corey Taylor was doing, hey man, we love you, Detroit. He was talking to the crowd. And we were front row. And I was like, I was drunk by this time. Pretty fucking drunk. And he was like, we love you guys. We love you, Detroit. Because if any of you don't know, there's the dude that threw me the pick and the bottle of water. He's married to a girl here in the Detroit area, and his wife is sister. My kids went to school with the girls that married the dude. Anyways, I told Corey Taylor, we love you. I love you, man. and he was like, I love you too, bro. And then the next day, my friend sends me a message on Facebook, or she texts me. I don't remember what it was, text me or Facebook. And she goes, I saw you on the big screen last night. And I'm like, yeah? I said, no shit. She goes, yeah. And I saw you professing your love to Corey Taylor. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? You seen that? She's like, yeah, the camera was right on you when you did that. And she goes, I could see that you said, I love you, man. It was good times, man. Good fucking times. Yep. That was my Marilyn Manson / Slipknot story. So anyways, 4 hours and 10 minutes of a whole lot of nothing. Scissors! Smurfed him. Fuck yeah, he did. He smurfed him all right. All right, so cool. Appreciate y'all for coming through. I'm out of here. And got a little bit of resolution in the panel curse today. Chris Rasta and myself, we squashed our beef. Whatever he does in his personal life, it's got nothing to fucking do with me. His little case that he's dealing with, I wouldn't mind taking that case up and putting it on my channel. We'll see what I can do about that. So he ain't did nothing to me. but it don't mean that I can't share his current situation. You never know what'll happen. So, until the next time, ladies and gentlemen, y'all stay out of trouble and don't fuck with me, because then I'll have to fuck with you. And you don't want that.
Cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs a antiseptic. Ain't no